Hello, everyone. This public meeting of the Board of Education for October 10th, 2023 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meeting tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV service website and on Channel 28 and will replay throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check your district website for replay times. All right, so we're going to get into it. We got a full house. We got a full agenda. So before I get started, I just wanted to share a few reminders. In order to ensure safety, please keep walkways and aisles clear. We also ask you to please be considerate of those around you and to keep any signs below chin level. In order to keep from exceeding the occupancy level, we have set up an overflow seating and viewing area outside under the covered area in the front of the building. Once we reach maximum capacity in the boardroom and foyer, we will close the door and not allow anyone to enter. If you are seated outdoors and are signed up to provide public comment, please check in with our campus security agents who can let you in when your time is to speak. All right, we're going to start off this evening beginning with a resolution to reorganize October as Dyslexia Awareness Month. I understand we have some people here to speak on the topic. Yeah, you can clap.
We do, Chair Hollins. Good evening, directors. I'd like to invite down Elizabeth Martin, who is PPS's Program Administrator for Dyslexia, here to introduce this proclamation.
Thank you, Superintendent, and hello, Board Directors. It's great to see you. This is my 5th year coming here. I am now the Assistant Director in Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, but I oversee academic interventions as well as dyslexia now. It is an honor to be doing that and to be here with you. I want to thank you for your ongoing commitment. And then I'm going to turn it over to my team members who support 88 instructional reading specialists in this district to provide remarkable support to our students with dyslexia and other reading difficulties. And these two individuals actually provide coaching, training, one-to-one support in a very highly technical manner to really change trajectories for kids. So I'm going to turn it over to Gretchen Gainey, who supports K-5, and Katie Honeyman-Colvin, who supports 612.
Good evening. I want to start with this quote from a former student of mine, now in 6th grade. Well, I used to be bad at reading, but like if I had a big word that I can't read quickly, I can now sound it out and then blend it all together. In spelling, I'm feeling confident writing multisyllabic words. Reading instructional specialists' work is urgent, time-sensitive, and focused on what I would argue is the most critical of skills, reading, which we will teach students for not only their academic success, but their overall well-being and sense of belonging.
Good evening. My work focuses on supporting middle and high school teams in onboarding Tier 3 reading support to address unfinished learning and reading. Tier 3 is scheduled as a class or a what I need when block. If left untreated, dyslexics experience high rates of anxiety and depression. Dyslexics are overrepresented in the prison system. I want to give a heartfelt shout out to the educators who are disrupting these outcomes. Thank you to the students for doing the work, even if they're feeling grumpy some days. I'd like to end with a quote from a student who had met their goal of high growth. I low-key want to stay in this class. I think I am actually really good at reading. These are outcomes to celebrate tonight. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6762, resolution to designate October 23 as Dyslexia Awareness Month in PPS?
So moved.
Second.
So we had Director Scott, motion, and Director DePass, second. Is there any board discussions? All right. Ms. Brashaw, is there any public comments?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 6762, resolution to designate October 2023 as Dyslexia Awareness Month in PPS. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed? Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
There's no abstentions. Resolution 6762 approved by a vote of 7-0 with the student director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right. Next, we have a resolution recognizing October 23rd as National Principals Month in Portland Public Schools. Superintendent Guerrero, would you please introduce the first item?
Yes, Chair Hollins, directors, later this evening on the agenda, we're going to be spotlighting a few of our schools. I think what you're going to hear and what we know to be true here at PPS is strong school leadership is absolutely essential for creating the conditions for learning, for improving student outcomes. We're so fortunate to have such dedicated school leaders here at PPS that exhibit great commitment. They lead with passion, with great dedication, and they think of each and every one of our students. Here to say more about our school leaders in this particular proclamation is our Chief of Schools, Dr. John Franco.
Thank you, Superintendent, Directors, Student Director. It is indeed my pleasure to be able to speak to all of you today to recognize our school principals, specifically in regards to this resolution. We have great people here. We have outstanding leadership. I say this often. We could do great things with great people, and we definitely have that from a leadership perspective. To give you a quote specifically from Linda Darling Hamilton and John Hattie, leadership matters. Principals absolutely make a difference. In fact, according to Linda Darling Hamilton, the leadership provided by an effective building principal is second only to the guidance by the classroom teachers in impacting student learning. In her study of the principalship, Darling Hamilton notes, school leadership strongly affects student learning. Principals are central to the task of building schools that promote powerful teaching and learning for all students. We know that for the past 5 years, it has been quite a time. During these extraordinary times, PPS school principals, and when I say principals, that's vice principals and assistant principals, they've exhibited great commitment and adaptability to lead and support their communities with passion, with energy, with vision and commitment for each and every student. They play key roles in the mission of Portland Public Schools, which is providing rigorous, high-quality academic learning experiences that are inclusive and joyful. We disrupt racial inequities to create vibrant environments for every single student to demonstrate excellence. And principals are expected to not only do this, but they're expected to be educational visionaries, instructional leaders, assessment experts, managers of student behavior, community builders, public relation experts, budget analysts, facility managers, special programs administrators, and guardians of various legal, contractual, and policy mandates and initiatives, as well as being entrusted with the education and development of young people. And the professional responsibilities of school principals include building the leadership capacity of and mentoring aspiring administrators. And school principals often need to manage numerous responsibilities, work extended hours, and make extremely difficult decisions. The success of a school depends on the principal's ability to work collaboratively with all stakeholder groups and establish positive relationships by building trust, practicing open communication, and building a restorative culture that emphasizes learning and growth for all students, colleagues, and members of the community. As Superintendent Guerrero said, you are going to be hearing from 3 principals today. Dr. Trinice Brown-Warrens, Principal Heather Thompson, and Principal Chris Silvas. When you hear from them, know that all 3 of them embody the characteristics that I just mentioned. Also, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention, I don't think he's here, that Fu Dao, current principal of Roseway Heights, was just awarded or recognized as being the recipient of the Dr. Charles Hobson Racial Equity Leadership Award from Courageous Conversations. This award is presented to local leaders who effectively broker collaboration focused on racial equity between and among community members and their schools. He is going to be honored at the Courageous Conversations Summit in Austin, Texas in November. And this is on the heels of one of our principals last year, Woodlawn Principal Andrea Porter Lopez, being awarded Oregon Elementary Principal of the Year. And so we are very excited that we are recognizing principals, and I'm looking forward to the presentations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6763, resolution to recognize October 23 as National Principals Month in Portland Public Schools?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Director Brim Edwards and a second by Director Green. Any board discussions? Hearing none. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comments? Oh, you have
No.
okay. Ms. Bradshaw, any public comments?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 6763, resolution to recognize October 23rd as National Principals Month in Portland Public Schools. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Student Director Silverstein?
Yes, thank you,
All right.
principals.
No, during the principal spotlights. Are there any abstentions? None. Resolution 6763 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, let's deserve a clap. All right. Finally, we will recognize Disability Awareness Month. Superintendent, would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, I'd like to invite actually our Deputy Superintendent, Cheryl Proctor, to step up and just say a word about the importance of Disability Awareness Month.
Good evening. Good evening. It's my pleasure to speak on this particular topic. I am a special education teacher, once and always will be in the heart. And I am also a parent of a student who was on an IEP who had a disability. So it is with pleasure that I speak about October as Disability History and Awareness Month, a time dedicated to acknowledging the contributions and struggles of people with disabilities throughout history. It is a month that provides us with an opportunity to reflect upon how far we have come in terms of inclusivity and to envision a future where everyone, regardless of their abilities, can fully participate in all aspects of our society. The history of disability is, in many ways, a history of resilience, triumph, and the indomitable human spirit. From Helen Keller, who overcame both deafness and blindness to become a celebrated author and activist, to Franklin D. Roosevelt, who served as the President of the United States while navigating the challenges of polio, individuals with disabilities have shattered barriers and paved the way for a more inclusive society. In honor of Disability Awareness Month and in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, in 1973, we acknowledge the national theme of advancing access and equity to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the passage of the Rehabilitation Act in 1973. As PPS is moving forward together with our strategic plan, a main theme and component of this work is having mindful, inclusive practices that support students' needs who experience disabilities. We continue to move away from segregation into practices that promote inclusion and a sense of belonging while breaking down ableist practices in our system. We all share the mindset that students with disabilities are everyone's students. We ensure that all families and students, especially those historically underserved, have the knowledge, information, and support they need to fully engage in and contribute to the special education process. These are activities to raise awareness and acceptance. Our special education engagement specialists are hosting student listening sessions across the district in collaboration with our special education department. The purpose is to ensure students and families' voices lead our system's change in PPS. We are also supporting schools who are invested in this work to create affinity groups in their buildings to support students and families in feeling welcomed and accepted in their school communities. So it is my pleasure to share this information with you and with our community regarding October as our Disability History and Awareness Month.
Thank you, thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 6779?
Motion.
Second.
Director Wong, motion. Director Brim-Edwards, second. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on resolution 6779, resolution to proclaim October Disability History and Awareness Month. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right. No abstentions heard. Resolution 6779 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. Yeah, we can clap for that too. All right, next, we have our Student Director report.
Thank you.
You're up.
I'm going to try and balance this with some positives and negatives. So first of all, homecoming season. So many schools are about to have or have already had their homecoming games or dances. Fall sports will soon be coming to a close. It's been an amazing season for soccer, volleyball, football, cross country. Love seeing all those events, and thank you to the student athletes who are balancing a lot. Students, as always, are getting engaged with our district, engaging in discussions about items such as moving Jefferson students to the Marshall campus, changing instructional schedules, and new safety measures that are being implemented this year. So if you're a student and you're getting engaged in these discussions, thank you, you truly are doing the work. So we had just had a district student council meeting today, and the DSC, which is the abbreviation for it, has not taken an official stance on the PPS and PAT bargaining, but wanted me to express their hope that it comes to a conclusion soon and that the outcome keeps students at the center. And then finally, just today, we decided that the annual student summit will be held at OMSI on March 7th. All high school students are welcome to attend and participate in sessions about Title IX, school safety, and so much more. And there will be the opportunity to meet with state legislators. So keep an eye out for more info on that as the year progresses, especially on our Instagram at PPS Student Council. And just overall, this student rep report is meant to serve you. So email me at fsilverstein@pps.net. If you have anything you want me to share, that's also the best way to reach me with any concerns. I'm always willing to engage in discussions with people. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, up next, we're gonna have student comments. Ms. Brashaw, do we have any students signed up for public comments?
We do. We have Izzy Lee.
All right, so then before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for public comment. This is gonna be for the student. You can come on up. This is gonna be for the students and for general public comments. First, the board thanks you for taking the time to attend this meeting and providing your comments. Public inputs informs and improves our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to public comments, all one word, at pps.net. Public comment at pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comments that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. You will hear a sound after the 3 minutes and 30-second mark, which means it is time to end your comments. All right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Izzy Lee, L-E-E, and I'm a senior at Lincoln High School. Today, I am here to request that you consider allowing high school students to have their own school pay accounts. Let's begin by acknowledging that the current landscape of school transactions is limited to parents only, while the most common apps used by students for digital transactions, like Venmo and Apple Pay, are disallowed by the district. Students need access to school pay to make online payments for various school-related expenses, from lunch fees to extracurricular activities. Just last Saturday, my high school hosted their annual homecoming event, and instead of enjoying the festivities, many students who didn't have access to their school pay accounts were forced to wait outside for their parents to purchase their tickets. The primary benefit of using school pay is the convenience it offers to users. So why not include students? Students need the ability to make secure and timely online payments. Additionally, this website provides real-time tracking, allowing students, parents, and school administrators to monitor and manage financial transactions with ease. By allowing students to have their school pay accounts, we can significantly reduce the administrative burden on our school staff, improve efficiencies, and promote financial inclusions by ensuring that all students, regardless of their financial circumstances, can easily participate in school activities without any hurdles. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so next we turn to our general public comments. Please make sure when you begin with your comments, you clearly state your name again and spell your last name. Once again, you'll have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. You will hear a sound after 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which means it's time to end your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for public comments?
Yes. We have Pedro Anglada, Adam Maurer, Alicia Nguyen, and Gwen Wilson.
My name is Pedro Anglada Cordero, Anglada Cordero. I am here in solidarity with teachers, custodial, and nutrition service workers, and all unionized educators. They all deserve living wages. Please settle a contract now. I am here in solidarity with all women, femmes, transgender, and non-binary people facing harassment, sexual harassment, and retaliation in the workplace. I am in solidarity with every student facing sexual harassment in schools. To all of you going through suffering, I say, you are not alone. I feel your pain. My family and I are suffering with you. To men, I say, where are you? We men may not be the common targets of sexual harassment, and we may often be the main source of it. So don't be complicit, face the uncomfortable truth, and speak up. Sexual harassment in the workplace is systemic in PPS. For a long time, we've heard stories of harassment from women from custodial work, nutrition services, teachers, support staff, and students. In response, we get general denial, silencing, and retaliation. Accountability is about diligent action. It is not a word to throw just to sound good when a custodial worker takes the most radical of actions and quits her job in public. For every adult who faces harassment, there are 100 girls going through the same. Girls having their learning interrupted by knowing that the threat of sexual violence is present in the classroom. This is the story I had to hear from my own daughter. You see, we have no recourse. We do not feel safe reporting. We know what happens when this stuff goes to HR. The retaliation in the form of silencing, investigation, reprimands, character assassination do not delay. It takes will. You don't have to hire an investigator. Be transparent. Show us number of complaints, number of grievances, who gets the target, who is doing the targeting, who plays pitcher and catcher when practices are grief, who silences workers for speaking about racism and sexual harassment, and who exonerates the perpetrators. Open the books. You already know their names. Since I have no recourse, because I'm not going to send you an email, I am going to say a name, Richard Smith. This person enabled a culture of harassment in Keller Middle School to run rampant. Nobody did anything about it. This person retaliated against those who speak up and was helped by HR and a regional superintendent. HR, Sarah Fitch, yes, you heard the name before.
Excuse me. Can you refrain from saying the names?
I have no recourse, and this is the way I have to say it. So, Superintendente Guerrero, usted es el responsable de todo esto, ¿ok? La fiscalización comienza con usted. Usted sabe quiénes son las personas. Y si usted no lo sabe, entonces yo no sé con qué distrito usted está trabajando. Así que la fiscalización comienza con usted.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you to everyone who's here today in solidarity. My name is Alicia Nguyen, Nguyen. I teach PE at Scott Elementary, and this is my 6th year teaching in the district. I ask that you listen with compassion and hold it close to your heart as we continue in this bargaining process, and most importantly, remembering to put our 49,000 students at the forefront. I'm here today to talk about an incident within this district that has put myself, my students, and community in danger. And this is just one instance. There's not enough SPED, mental health, and academic supports. And there's not enough planning time for me to do my job safely. Our caseloads are unfeasible and unsustainable. I want to start this off by prefacing that I'm not blaming myself, my school, and especially not my students for any unsafe situation that has happened. This is a district-wide issue and something needs to change. On September 5th, I was hit in the face and repeatedly bit by a student. We'll call the student Thomas. Thomas has an IEP coming from another district which states that he needs one-on-one support. The district admin told us to track everything before they can send us more support. Tracking data is what gets us more support, they said. Multiple teachers getting hit in the face and bitten is not enough. Students running away, crying and screaming is not enough. Thomas missing out on the opportunity to learn is not enough. From my understanding, the only way for Thomas to get the support he needs is for him to continue hurting himself, other students, and teachers. Our students deserve more than numbers and letters on a piece of paper. Our students are right in front of us, crying for help. How much more pain, blood, and tears is it going to take for our district to fully support our students? 2 days later, on September 7th, I met my kindergarten classes for the first time. 10 minutes into class, one of them looks up to me and says, "I love you already." I forgot that I was even bitten on September 5th. I love my students, and I love my job, and I love my school, and the school board knows that. The school board knows that there are people like me in this world that will get bitten over and over and over again and will still show up. Because when our students look up at us for just a second, we forget every injustice in the world. This right here is why year after year after year, the school board repeatedly votes against teachers and staff who ask for the bare minimum. You say no to smaller class sizes. You say no to SPED, mental health, and academic supports. You say no to a livable wage because you know, no matter what, no matter how many early mornings and late nights we work unpaid, we'll still show up. You know, no matter how many sleepless nights, drowning in tears, we'll still show up. You know, no matter how many times we are bitten, we'll still show up. But I am tired. Our students deserve teachers that can show up every day, feeling fully prepared and fully supported, but that is unheard of within the working conditions of Portland Public Schools. On September 5th, not only did you fail our students, you failed me. You failed a dedicated and passionate teacher, and I'm tired, and I'm hurting. I invite every school board member to come prep and teach my 25 classes for a week. See what it really feels like working under the conditions you contracted us to. But don't forget to tell each and every one of my 503 students that you're proud of them. Tell them that you're proud of them for showing up, even when they show up 2 hours late, even when they don't sit on the carpet, even when they don't know how to read or write. Look them in the eyes and genuinely tell them that you're proud of them and that you care for them, even when they don't know how to read or write yet. How fortunate am I to have a job that teaches me the true meaning of unconditional love, where our students show up no matter what, and all I can give them is data. How many more times do I need to be bitten for me to stop showing up? I'm tired and I'm hurting, and I've had enough. You can choose what's best for our 49,000 students and see us at the bargaining table or at the picket line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Hollins, Superintendent Guerrero, Board of Directors, Student Director Silverstein, Council Large, taxpayers and audience. My name is Adam Maurer, spelled M-A-U-R-E-R. I'm a proud PPS alumni of 13 years, and I have been a PPS maintenance team electrician for 19. I'm here today to speak about the value of our PPS maintenance team to our district and taxpayers. Everyone at PPS benefits from our skilled and knowledgeable maintenance team. Our department covers thousands of work orders yearly, covering everything you physically see, and even more issues that you don't. Is anyone from OSM or project management here tonight? We support you in designing and inspecting your projects. I use my institutional knowledge to guide best practices and create more easily maintained buildings that will last for as long as our oldest ones. Is there anybody from ceramic arts or industrial arts here? I maintain and update the ceramic style kilns, forges, and the electrical infrastructure. The arts is what draws kids to come to school. I am proud to help create that draw. Is there anyone from code compliance, risk management, or health and safety here? Maintenance is the eyes and ears of the district by providing problem solving for safety, code compliance, security issues to these departments before they get out of hand. We often provide the resolution when sharing the issue with these departments. In the past, we have seen natural gas issues, failed fire suppression tests, and lack of inspections that get through the cracks. The maintenance team pins these issues down for resolution. We take over and take ownership of our schools and strive to make them safe. Are there any custodians or Bill Wilson here? Well, I got a call from Tim Curtin, the Grant head custodian, about a water distiller last Friday for a science class valued at $1,450. He asked if I could fix it. He's got a lot of faith in me. I had it figured out in a half an hour, took 15 minutes to locate a part, less than $3. The switch just came in today and it was repaired today. Bill was ecstatic. This is what we do in maintenance. We save you money in repairs by being the best at what we do. This is our jam. Is anyone here from Nutrition Services? My favorite group. I repair your appliances in a timely manner to keep the kitchen running smoothly, and I do it the fastest way possible, with some repairs taking only 15 minutes. So you can rest assured the kids will get fed on time. I prioritize the PPS cook staff, and I 150% support what they need. They feed our kids. There is a value of having seasoned veterans doing the PPS maintenance work. We provide the best historical knowledge, safety practices, repair procedures, parts acquisition, scheduling, effectively communicating with everyone involved. We also follow up to ensure the repair was done satisfactorily. Above all, we take ownership of the end result, and we save the district money. In closing, I hope you can see that our multifaceted, institutionally knowledged, and skilled PPS maintenance team is unlike any other school maintenance department. There is a huge value to PPS and taxpayers. And one last thing, one other very valued person that you have here is the most underseen person. It's the person behind that wall that produces all these meetings. I'd like to call out Terry Proctor from maintenance. Terry, you want to come out? You want to show yourself? I'd like to recognize you tonight. You gonna make it? Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, Gwen Wilson, Wilson. I'm very nervous. You got this. I'm a parent. My kids go to Marysville Elementary in Southeast. One is in pre-K and one is in second grade. I listen to our teachers struggling, and it's heartbreaking. The school board's role is to establish policies that direct the instructional and support programs at PPS. The core value here is support. There's no statistic or information that I can give you that would sway the actual negotiations. I'm appealing to your common sense and your heart. There is inadequate and instructional specialized classroom support for our teachers, which is one reason that the teacher strike is imminent. Multiple educators at Marysville just keep saying they've never seen anything like this. We have kids in each classroom that are so far behind developmentally, socially, emotionally, and academically that teachers simply can't teach grade level content effectively, which means there are pauses in instruction, distractions, what my kids call red zoners, behavior challenges, fights, detachment, sensory problems, etc. Let's point out that there's nothing inherently wrong with the kids. I think we all know this. It's the system that is unsupportive. Educators feel alone, overburdened, and that doesn't seem to matter to PPS management. And this is not the exception. This is the norm. The limited one-to-one time allotted with an intervention specialist or academic coach is not sufficient because even they are overburdened. IEPs are paperwork heavy and not effective. And just a side note, the acceptance criteria for summer school last year was just laughable. All of this is just not a sustainable system, and kids are being left behind. There's no one-size-fits-all sweeping solution. The solution is going to be complex and subjective, giving teachers not only more autonomy, but a multitude of specialized support in and out of the classroom. There's a real disconnect between the district management and direct educators. When schools restarted post-pandemic, there were and still are unaddressed traumas and significant gaps in learning, which exacerbated an already failing system, creating a monstrous, seemingly unattainable task for teachers and support staff. The PPS Chief Human Resources Officer recently said in an interview with OPB suggesting parents to stay informed. Well, in speaking to the public, I think talking to your kids' teachers is a very direct way of staying informed. Listen to what they have to say about the support they're not receiving from the district. In solving the fundamental problem, where do you start? I say ask the teachers. Teachers burning out. The emotional toll it's taking on teachers is devastating. They're leaving the district, creating teacher turnover, costing the district millions of dollars, a self-perpetuating cycle. How do we draw teachers into a district where they are fully supported and entered where kids and community are thriving? Make PPS a place where teachers want to work.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have comments from our union partners.
You want to go last? Oh boy. Okay. Amy Sylvia, Silvia. I'm the co-chair of SEIU. We represent the nutrition services and custodians. I'm a lunch lady at Maplewood Elementary. This is my 10th year with PPS. I'm having lots of feels right now, so I might start crying. But not sad tears, more like angry tears. And we're here in solidarity with everybody because we're all fighting for the same thing. I'm really just at my wit's end. I had this whole, my same speech that I give every time I come here, and I threw it in the garbage. I was just like, this is the 4th time that I've had to ask off the night of my 2nd job so I can come here to beg for a living wage. We're so short-staffed, our director, Whitney, is working in the kitchens. She has way more better things to do for the amount of money she's getting paid than to work in the kitchen. She needs to run the program. We can't get people in the door. People are leaving because of this. This is not a financially responsible way to run a program. To have the 100,000 plus person doing the 23,000 job. We've got hundreds of workers that did not get their COLA this year because we have no contract, because bargaining has been dragging on and on. This needs to change. We've also had no answers about sexual harassment. We asked for in-person training. I don't get why you wouldn't want to do that. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it. And the so-called independent auditor, she worked for PPS against unions previously. That is not independent in my mind. That's like saying, hey, Mom, you want to fill out my report card? Wow, I did a great job. Awesome. It does not compute to me. I'm going to end tonight because I'm just done. I'm done. Please don't make me take another day off next month to come back here and ask for money again. I need the money. I need to go to work.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Held, and I'm the acting president for PFSP. This is my second day in the position, but I'm not new to Portland Public Schools. I graduated from Lincoln High School, and this year, up until this year, I worked as a paraeducator for Ockley Green Middle School. A month ago, I was hopeful that we could come before you, the board, and present you with a tentative agreement that our members had voted to ratify. But that didn't happen. When we brought our offer to the membership, they were clear. Our members said the district's proposal was not enough, and we deserve more. We keep our schools running every day alongside all the other unions who are here in front of you today. Over the course of our past contract, inflation has increased 13%, while our members saw a cost of living increase of less than half of that. When I talk to our members about what they need in a contract, they're concerned with how they're going to pay their rent, buy groceries, pay the electric bill when their checks can't even keep up with the price of inflation, let alone begin to confront the history of undervaluing our labor. When the district refuses to pay staff a living wage, it's impossible to retain workers. It destroys students' relationship with staff, and it robs them of the stability and support that we know that they so desperately deserve. It makes our staff less safe, and those that do stay are left covering for vacant positions. They're more likely to be injured on the job, and when they're injured, they're less likely to take the time off that they need to recover. Our members are run ragged. Those that have been here the longest and have the most knowledge often end up bearing the burden of training incoming employees because there is no guarantee from management that the staff who come in to fill these vacant positions even have basic job training before they enter their work sites. Right now, 70% of our bargaining unit makes less than $40,000, and they still voted the contract down because they said that the increases that the school board and the district offered them was not enough. This past month has made it clear that they're not willing to settle. They're ready to come back, and they're prepared to fight for a wage that shows them that they are valued, that they are respected, and that there is dignity in their labor. When we come back to the table on Thursday, we hope that the district's bargaining team is ready to work with PFSP to come to a deal that allows our entire school community to thrive. PPS can do better, and it must do better for our schools, our students, and for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela Bonilla. I'm the president of the Portland Association of Teachers. Usually I start with kudos, and I don't have those today, with the exception of all the families and students who have shown support to our union partners and to us throughout these many weeks of bargaining, who showed up in force for our practice picket earlier today. I just want to appreciate them and thank them for understanding that we're fighting for our kids, not just ourselves. So kudos to them. I want to speak a little bit to what we're experiencing on the ground, I think I'm in a similar place where it feels like I've said these things over and over again. I've said them here. I've said them in meetings with administrators. I've said them in contract administration meetings and instructional practices committee meetings. I've said them in the public. I've said them in the news, and it feels like it continues to fall on deaf ears. We hope that the school board is the public accountability check for the district. And we hope that as a board, you are taking the time to really see beyond what PPS management is giving you to understand the reality of the picture. Yesterday, we had a meeting, a sidebar with our bargaining team, a few members of our bargaining team and a few members of the district bargaining team to talk financials, because that is the real big sticking piece. We cannot agree on the numbers. And we had our research analysts there who asked a lot of really important questions that didn't have answers. Like, why is there a 19 million difference between this chart and this chart when they're saying the same thing? Why are there tens of millions of dollars more put into contingency funds and then the ending fund balance, both in the resources and the expenditures side, because you've done this adjustment? Why are we always projecting a deficit and then coming back with an increasing ending fund balance? I think one piece that really spoke to me during that meeting was the question on our paper, A Manufactured Crisis, that we stated that the district's overall spending on instruction has gone down from last year to this year. And we were asked, well, I'm looking at the budget and it doesn't look that way. Well, that's the general fund. When we look at the overall budget, all of the funding categories, instructional spending has gone down. And I think that is a testament to the shell game that continues to happen when we talk about finances. We can talk about the entire budget. We can talk about the 100 fund, the 200 fund, the 300 fund. We can talk about money that's tied up in capital improvements. We can talk about all these different things. But what we know overall is that we are getting additional funding next year because of how the state school fund is distributed, guaranteed. We know that there will be additional funding overall, and we know that we are in crisis. When we hear that there is an adjustment being made and we're getting more funding because the state finally passes their budget and $8 million of that goes into a savings, right, into the ending fund balance, while our kids are struggling, while our kids are at schools experiencing harm and trauma and asking for help and not receiving it, while our educators are trying their best to address every student's need, but you can't do that when there's 32 of them and there's only so many hours in the day, it is exhausting. And so when we're out here yelling, when we're in the news, when we're speaking our realities into the world, we're speaking those realities because there is no other way to be heard. I think as workers, we try our best to do a really good job at our job, and we try to follow all the appropriate channels to say this is not okay, we need support, we need help, and those channels continue to ignore us. And it's not just the workers, it's the students, it's the families. There have been so many students who have done protests and have marched to this office only to be locked out. There have been parents who come and do silent protests, so they protest the way that is quote unquote appropriate about their increasing class size, and then when their class size is increased to that number where they should get a new teacher, they don't get it. And so I think we're all at this point, whether we're union members and leaders or families or students, we are tired. We're tired of being told that what we know we need is unattainable. We're tired of being told that we're being overly optimistic and asking for too much when we just want the tools we need to be able to do the work that we're tasked to do, which is to serve our students, to give them the support and love and care and instruction that they deserve. And so I just want to remind this board that what we're asking for in our contract negotiations feels transformative, but unfortunately is similar to what other districts already have. And our question is always, why can other districts give the planning time? Why can other districts give the pay? Why can other districts do these things and we can't? Why do oversight committees, both our own and from the state, say we are spending way too much on administration while removing licensed and certified and classified positions, and that call is ignored? Or I'm told, well, it takes a lot to run a district. Yep. I believe it takes a lot to run a district. I believe it takes a lot to run Beaverton and Salem-Kaiser and Bend and all these other districts too, and yet. So I just hope that y'all acknowledge that this isn't a coincidence, that we're all bargaining at the same time, that PFSP the membership did not ratify that agreement. It's not a coincidence, it's a reckoning. It's an acknowledgement of the disinvestment, the divestment that has happened in our schools year after year. It is a reflection of a leadership team that we have clearly said we are going down the wrong path and we are ignored. I hope against hope that we can get to a settlement before a strike. I want to be I tell folks all the time, I don't want this job. I ran for this position because I felt like I had skills to contribute to help our union and help educators, but my dream is to continue to teach fourth grade. I love teaching. It is the thing that makes my heart sing. It is the thing that makes me want to wake up every day. And instead, I have to do this job because I'm not able to fight the institutional issues that don't allow me to do the job I want to do. And that our power, the place where I know that I can fight and win, is with my union siblings. So hopefully y'all can hear this and see this and understand this, that we are not doing this out of a sense of greed or out of a sense of self-preservation. We're doing this because we know that our kids and our families deserve better, and not just those that attend PPS, but our own families. They deserve to see their family members and their parents and their guardians at night instead of waiting for them to come home from a second or third job. They deserve to feel like the district that they invest in invests back in them. And I hope that we can recognize that something drastic has to change. And as soon as we get the correct financials, we can give a similar assessment of where we think cuts could come from. Because we hear that that's what's being reported to our legislators. Only some of them aren't even getting invited to those meetings because they ask too many questions. So I just want to make it clear, when y'all hear what you hear from those who manage this district, it is never the full story. Their story is always going to have more to it because there's multiple perspectives. And what we're seeing on the ground is not what we are being told is happening at the top. And it is not being felt. And unless something changes, we're going to be in a really tough place. And we hope that y'all are able to help us move the needle so we can start to serve our kids in the ways that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I want to thank all of our union partners for coming out and sharing on this evening. Next on the agenda, it looks like we have a resolution to appoint some members to the Climate Crisis Committee. So it looks like last year we adopted the Climate Crisis Response, Climate Justice and Sustainable Practices Policy. One policy objective is to establish a climate crisis response committee, which brings together a diverse group of individuals with unique perspectives and lived experiences to monitor the effective implementation of the district's climate action plan, with the charge to track progress of the policy's goals. The policy requires that 2 members will be current PPS students that each serve a one-year terms. Both Director Bryn Edwards and Director Sullivan served on the selection committee that made the recommendation to move forward our 2 student candidates. Would either of you like to share a bit of that process?
I would. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I really want to do a shout out to all those students who applied for this position. I had the privilege of reading all 30 applications, and I say it was a privilege because I really was impressed, and it was exciting to see how caring they were and how much they knew. All the high schools were represented, and 3 middle schools even applied. One from Gray, West Sylvan, and Ockley Green. And all the applications were really passionate and thoughtful, and it was very hard to choose. I also realized in reading the applications that these students have been aware of climate change their whole lives, and it's affected them, and they worry about it. And one student stated, "Working for climate justice gives me hope so that I can stop being afraid. This work will make climate change a hopeful an interesting topic, not an overwhelming and scary one. And this is just one example of the many thoughts and knowledge that came from these applications. And I would just like to give a shout out to every single one who applied. It was exciting, and it made me a little bit more hopeful to see what they're thinking about. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for your response. Director Brim-Edwards.
So I'd just also like to add to Director Sullivan's comments, what an outstanding group we had to choose from. And I also want to say, it also tells me that we've built a sustainable system in which originally we had students on the policy committee that were very passionate about pushing this policy through and making it one that was really informed by student voice and their concerns. And as part of that, not all of our advisory committees have student representatives, but because of their outsized role on the policy committee designing the climate policy, we included 2 students, and what a great idea that was. And we had really outstanding representatives last year, and just I joined Patty in saying it was really incredible to read the applications and the thoughtfulness with which students talked about how they felt they would help PPS really achieve the vision and our goals in the policy. So I am so enthusiastic about the 2 nominees that we have. I'm looking forward to voting for them. And I also want to thank the district's staff, for Kat Davis, for running the process that was really inclusive and that did generate not just a couple applicants, but many student applicants. So thank you. And congratulations in advance to Tess and Diego.
Yes, so is Diego Romero here? Would you like to speak? Come on down. Oh, we love it. We love it.
We love moral support.
Just state your name and then tell us why you wanted to be on the committee.
I'm Diego Romero. And just growing up, I guess climate change just has started to become an increasingly bigger threat in all of our lives, and we've been seeing it more not only in our communities, but just globally. And I'm really excited to be part of the Climate Crisis Response Committee, hopefully both to give back to the Portland Public Schools system that I've grown up in, and then also hopefully to make change in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion and a second to adopt?
May I say a few words?
Oh yeah, we're gonna go after we do the motion. We're going to discussion.
Okay, sorry.
All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 6764?
Motion.
Second.
Director Green, motion, and Director Julia Brim-Edwards, second. All right, now is there any board discussion?
Thank you, Chair Hollins. I just wanted to thank both the students, Diego and Tess, for jumping into this work for all the right reasons. I'm a really huge advocate of climate activation and work in climate change for the city of Portland. And I would love to have you come see, it's a very boring meeting, but we work in transportation decarbonization, buildings decarbonization, and air pollution, climate change. So I would love to show you around what we do, our policy shop, what we're working on for the city of Portland. Thanks for stepping up.
Awesome. Any other board Discussions, thoughts? All right, is there, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comments?
Say something.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who applied and congratulations. As always, student voices are really, really important, and I'm so excited to see what you do.
All right. Any public comments?
No.
All right. So the board will now vote on Resolution 6764, resolution to appoint members of the Climate Crisis Response Committee. By voting yes on this resolution, we are approving the appointment of students Diego Romero and Tess Nestle to the Climate Crisis Response Committee for 1 year. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right, hearing no abstentions, the resolution 6764 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, congratulations. All right. All right, next, we will vote on the budget calendar. At the last meeting, that staff provided a draft calendar. We provided feedback indicating that we would like to have more time for board to meet to discuss the budget and to have some more community engagement opportunities, including expanding the proposed public hearing to have a budget work session follow, and adding board discussion on the budget at the same evening as a report from the CBRC, and to consider adding a work session on May 14th if needed. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6765?
I'll make a motion.
The Green motions. Somebody got a second?
Somebody got a second.
Second.
Okay.
Can you
Director DePaz.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said about adding a session?
We will be considering adding a work session on May 14th if needed.
If needed, okay, thanks.
Yes. All right, open up for board discussion or presentation.
Chair Hollins, on behalf of myself, Young Lee, Interim Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, and Alexandra Martin, my colleague from the Budget Department, Finance Program Manager, we would just acknowledge that you took our lines from the presentation by highlighting the changes that we have made into the second version of the draft budget calendar, and I don't feel like we need to restate them unless you'd like to hear them again.
Sounds good. Any board discussion? Hearing none? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
That was a nice try.
I'm joking.
You knew I was reaching for that green button. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate there's been some adjustments. I do want to call out a couple things that I want to just get on the record about at this stage. While we have a February 20th budget work session, it's not specifically about staffing, and given that staffing is 85% or so of our budget, I think it's really important that we transparently talk about that before it gets released to the schools, because it's as if we're releasing 85% of our budget before the board's even had a discussion about it. And it may seem in many cases just absolutely routine, but it is the way that our schools the way that we impact our schools the most. So that's one thing. Then, while it's noted in the staff report that we'll get the budget 2 weeks in advance, it's not on the calendar, so I just want to note that commitment. And the third item is just the time period between the actual proposed budget and the approval is less than a month. And I know that often we have either board questions or questions from the CBRC or the Community Budget Review Committee is bringing things to the table. And just because we don't meet every week or more than, but not very often in that three weeks, the lag time between if we ask questions and getting responses so that it actually can inform our next meeting, it's going to be really important that if we ask questions, that we get them answered in a timely way so that we can actually have an informed discussion. And I just raise that because our normal process is a little bit different. And then the last item I want to raise is during my experience in the last 7 years in the board is that we have had, or 6 years, that often between the proposing of the budget, there's approval, but there's sort of that second opportunity before the adoption. And I'm noting that the adoption is happening after sort of our second vote on the budget is happening after we have our TSCC hearing, which is on the same night, but it's just right before it. And that, I guess I want to just flag that sometimes we have had changes between approval and the adoption, between the two votes. And I want to make sure that we allow for that. It's not, well, we've had our TSCC hearing and therefore the vote is automatic, because no vote is automatic until it's actually taken. So I just want to call those things out. And I know that it's hard to schedule the TSCC meetings, and sometimes it just, it happens when it works for them and for us, but it does precede our budget adoption. So I want to make sure just to call out that the board shouldn't be excluded if we collectively decide to make an additional changes. Last year, we had some changes around the middle schools that we have the opportunity to do that even though we've got the TSCC hearing before it. So there's just comments that I want to just raise at this stage in the process at the front end.
Got it. All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any other board discussion?
Just making a technical comment about process. I appreciate the concern, Director Brim-Edwards, about the TSCC. TSCC, though, does review the approved budget, and they don't need to review the adopted budget. So the fact that we're hearing from them on that night doesn't preclude us from bringing amendments on the adopted budget.
I just want to make sure, because it's normally it follows.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, they have the full package.
And they never get the full. I mean, they always get the approved budget. That's what they then certify, and then the governing body adopts it, and they can adopt it with changes. So that's part of the normal process.
All right, any other board comments, discussions, thoughts? All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6765. Resolution to adopt the budget calendar for 2024-25. By voting yes on this calendar, we approve the proposed schedule. Staff will use the timeline to plan for engagement with the community and board to adopt a budget for 24-25 school year. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Director Sullivan?
Yes.
All right. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right. No abstentions heard. Resolution 6765 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with the student representative Silverstein, Student Director. We got to change that on here. Unofficially voting yes. All right. Instructional time exemption. So next we will vote on 2 instructional time exemptions. Superintendent Guerrero, would you please introduce this item to us?
Sure. A little administrative housekeeping exercise here while Deputy Proctor comes up. So Oregon administrative rules governing required instructional time allows school districts in Oregon to use exemptions to ensure compliance with this particular year. I'll give you an example as to why we're here tonight. Last year, PPS canceled school across the district for 2 full days on February 23rd, 24th. I know that seems like a long time ago. We also had 1 2-hour late opening that same month on February 27th because of inclement weather. We also had several schools that had school canceled or shortened for a variety of reasons. These were exceptional circumstances. Deputy Superintendent Proctor is here to provide a little bit more information in the 2 areas where we're seeking to use this exemptions.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Guerrero. And as I reflect back on the staff report memo that was shared October 10th, as it was mentioned that we did have to cancel school across the district for 2 full days in February, and 1 2-hour late opening also in February due to inclement weather. And so as we talk about required instructional time, all school districts are to ensure that at least 92% of all students in the district and at least 80% of all students at each school operated by the district are scheduled to receive annually the minimum hours of instruction as follows: grades 12, 966 hours, grades 9 to 11, 990 hours, and grades K to 8, 900 hours. So we shared a breakdown of the analysis school by school for the schools that would not be in compliance. So with that said, the required instructional time, we are in compliance with all schools with the exception of kindergarten for Bridal Mild, Alliance High School as an alternative school, and MLC. Grades K-8 as their alternative school divisions. And so with that, we are asking the board to take a look. We did break down in the memo, and I don't want to overburden you with the detail if you've reviewed it previously. But this is where we would ask the board to approve for us to request a waiver for instructional time, just for those 3 schools noted. Thank you.
Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6766, resolution to approve OAR 581-022-2320, required instructional time exemption?
So moved.
Second.
So we had a motion from Director Scott and a second by Director Green. Any board discussions?
Just have a couple questions just for the record. Do we include in our instructional hours any non-instructional time? And if so, how much and what is it?
So that there are 2 opportunities to include, or there are 3 spaces. One is in elementary for recess. There's a recess portion. In addition, there are opportunities to include both professional learning, up to additional 30 hours for professional learning. We do not include those in the calculations. We do include time for parent-teacher conferences or family academic conferences. That is an additional 30 hours.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, we include the recess. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to understand your answer.
I'll scan through for the details on that. But there are the 2 major ones that are allowable that are for the professional learning and then for conferences. So we do not do it for professional learning. We do it for conferences. And I'll just give me a second. I'll pull up the detail for recess.
And then the question just with Metropolitan Learning Center, the reason they're seeking a waiver is they're actually an alternative program, so they have a different set of programming. They still are required to have the same amount of instructional hours, but because of the programming, And is that an ongoing or a, just this year that we would be providing them with a waiver?
Yes, MLC is an alternative school, and it is registered with the state as such. It has a specific program which includes being a K-12 school focused on environmental education and experiential learning. So it does follow the alternative school statute in regards to ORS and admits students with a lottery in the spring. So yes, it is an alt school, so hence the exception.
But even though they're an alternative program, the instructional hours still apply to them, which is why we're giving them a waiver. And is it an ongoing, expected to be an
It will
ongoing
be, yes.
waiver?
Yes, based on the program, right, that we're offering.
And, sorry, just the last question. How much under the hours are they versus other?
I think we'll have to, as I'm looking through, that's something we can get for you.
Yeah, it'd just be
specifically.
helpful. I know it's K-12, so it's more complicated than just one answer, but
Yeah.
I'd like to have that. If it's not, since it's an ongoing waiver that.
But we can get that for you.
Approved. Thank you.
So I just had one question.
Since its inception, right? Almost, yeah.
So I just had a quick question. So on the 2 days that it was closed for inclement weather, we didn't make that up on the back. Don't we usually have days that we can make up? Did we make up those days as well?
We had one makeup day, so there was still one day and 2 hours that we were not able to schedule as a makeup day.
So one of the things that we do, because seniors, the instructional hours for seniors is 966 as opposed to 990, and the senior school year does not run all the way to the end with at the same time that we have everything K through 11. When we added days, we are very careful about making sure that we have some space in the instructional hours. We don't ever want to come down to exactly the hours. We want to be above them, but we do have that space for seniors. But when we add instructional days like we did this last year, it was after seniors were done, so we were very careful about trying to make sure that they met those instructional requirements.
Thank you.
I have one question too. As I was looking at the difference in hours, the table that's in the staff memo, for a school like MLC that's K-12, how are those hours managed? The K-8 is 900 instructional hours. The 911 is 990. Is that the building administrator doing the scheduling, or
Yeah, I
trying to
think it's a
understand?
function of the schedule and how we were able to assign students and classes and time. I'll allow Ms. Calvert to share a little bit more.
So there are two things I would say about when we're looking at a K-12 model. The first is that some of what happens, at the beginning of the year, kindergarten starts at a slightly different time than upperclassmen, for example. We also, at MLC in particular, they do student and family conferences to start the year. That's how the year opens. And then as they go through, with the theme around project-based learning that is central to the work that happens with MLC, some of what you'll see by age band is work that is done on campus, right? And then the work that's done in the city. And that we combine those two things, but that goes as students get older, we see more work both on campus, but then also in the city that's part of the project-based learning as the educational and pedagogical approach that is different for the school.
Any other board discussions, comments, thoughts? All right, Ms. Barshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, none at all? No. Okay. The board will now vote on resolution 6766, resolution to approve OAR 581-022 2320, required instructional time exemption, 2022-2023, permission to exempt an alternative education program. By voting yes on this resolution, Portland Public Schools will be in compliance with the required instructional time as we report on Division 22. If we do not get a yes vote, we will not be in compliance with the Division 2022 statute for required instructional time. I have a question. So if we do vote no and we're not in compliance, then what happens?
There'll be a corrective action plan with the Department of Education, which will involve commitments about correcting it in the upcoming year. It's generally how it's handled.
Thank you. All right, all in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
No abstentions. Resolution 6766 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right. So the next one is Resolution 6767. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6767?
Yes. That's the.
Second.
Yeah. All right, so we got Herman Green motion, Director Green motion, Director Scott second. This resolution is to approve OAR 5810-022-2320, required instructional time exemption, 2022-2023, kindergarten instructional time at Bridal Mile Elementary School. Is there any board discussion? All right, hearing none. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 6767, resolution to approve OAR 581-022-2320, required instructional time exemption, 2022-2023, kindergarten instructional time at Bridal Mile Elementary. By voting yes on the resolution, Portland Public Schools will be in compliance with required instructional time as we report on Division 22. If we do not vote yes, we will not be in compliance with Division 22 statute for required instructional time. And just what I just heard, we will have to do a whole corrective active plan if we do. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right, seeing no abstentions, Resolution 6767 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Silverstein unofficially voting yes. Thank you. All right, next on the docket is the Whitaker-Adams resolution. I guess I introduced this one. This resolution was brought to the district by myself. We have been looking to partner with PPS since about 2018, 2019. We have tried different ways to get it to the district, and here we are. Move fast forward, here we are. This resolution is more of a resolution to get a conversation started, more than it being concrete of this is what's going to happen. Part of the resolution that we have here today, it literally just directs the superintendent to start having those conversations to even see if this is something that's viable, if this partnership is something that can or should move forward. And so that's the crux of this resolution. So I'm asked, do I have a motion to adopt a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6778, authorizing the district to negotiate a lease with the Albina Sports Program for the Whitaker-Adams site?
Motioned.
Second.
All right. So any board discussions? I have some I want to read as well about this resolution. All right, so good evening, everyone. I would like to address some of the concerns regarding the resolution. The first is the conflict of interest and self-dealing. According to Chapter 244, there are no legal conflicts of interest as I receive no compensation or benefits from Albina Sports Program nor Portland Public Schools. As an elected official, I am prohibited from receiving or accepting gifts of more than $50 or other such benefits such as tickets to a game, travel expenses, swag, gifts from vendors or contractors. The reason why I brought this together is for more than 20 years, this property has stood idle, providing no benefits to our PPS students. For more than 20 years, over 1 million students have come through PPS and have not benefited from this site. For over 20 years, the district and board members, past board members, have shown little to no interest in doing anything with this site. And I'm referring the previous long-term facilities plan, which made no mention of the site at all. Also, out of $2.4 billion in bond funding, to my understanding, the board and district have not prioritized athletics, given that zero has been allocated to PIL athletics. My goal today is to ensure that our current PPS students and families benefit from the Whitaker site over the next 20 years. I am interested in and invested in that the next bond will include athletics with or without the sports complex or learning center. I am interested in the Whitaker site having more than simply athletics, but also an educational and community component, while prioritizing PPS students. Things like daycare and elder programs while PPS students are in school. Things for our students like tutoring, learning classroom for life skills like balancing a checkbook, financial literacy, credit education, getting exposed to technology with classes like AI, artificial intelligence and coding, classes to green energy education, to have opportunities for jobs and internships. This is not just a sports complex, there's also a learning center. We look like this as an extension of PPS and not something separate from PPS. Now, I acknowledge there are perceived conflicts of interest. I do not believe me having a vested interest equates to a conflict of interest. It is important to clarify that there is no legal obligation for me to impose restrictions upon myself with respect to the resolution. However, I highly regard and respect my colleagues as well as the position I hold. I am committed to ensuring that this process maintain the highest level of integrity and transparency. To achieve this objective, I intend to endorse the following provisions in collaboration with my board colleagues by agreeing to the following provisions. My involvement will be restricted to the Albina Sports Program ED role solely during the negotiations for all articles of the resolution. I hereby affirm my commitment to refrain from using my position as chair of the board or as a board member to exert any kind of influence upon my fellow board members or district personnel with regards to anything pertaining to the resolution. I will consistently prioritize the well-being and development of our children while maintaining a comprehensive awareness of the district objectives and priorities. I will not receive any confidential or privileged information regarding any aspects of the resolution, including but not limited to information protected by attorney-client privilege or executive session information. I want to make it clear that this resolution is just a starter for the conversation. There are a lot of details that needs to be hammered out, such as funding, operational aspects, how PPS students will be prioritized, design process, and a lot more. And this resolution makes that process possible. Everyone has to remember that every lease, partnership, collaboration, agreements, and any funding outcomes will have to come back to the full board for a vote. I am confident that this board will ensure its assets are used to advance the school's district missions and are in service and used to the benefit of PPS students. And Kara, can you pull up that thing for me? So next, I would like to draw attention to the work group section of the slide shown during the facilities and operations presentation on September 20th, 2023. As a result of my limited grammatical proficiencies, it was seen that all individuals depicted on the slide were collectively grouped. Can you, next slide? So everything looked like it was all grouped together. leading one to infer that each person listed was a member of the working group. It would have been advisable to divide each group in order to minimize any potential confusion. Go to the next slide. This is my attempt to make it right. The primary objective of my endeavor was to demonstrate the considerable number of individuals who had expressed interest in and provided support for this concept. I would like to express my apologies to any and all elected officials and supporters for my failure to rectify this issue before the meeting. However, it is essential to clarify that all individuals on this slide expressed either support for the concept or indicated intentions to join the prospective work group. I express my sincerest apologies for the error committed, and I assure you that I have tried to take the necessary steps to rectify the situation and prevent any recurrence in the future. Okay, you can cut it off now. I would like to emphasize to all those parents that our overarching objectives, primary concerns, and central concentration should constantly revolve around the welfare of our children in our district. It is incumbent upon us to provide the most quality and dedicated in our endeavors, as anything less would signify a disregard of our duties towards these young individuals. I feel if this space is solely dedicated to sports only, we are failing to meet the potential utilization of what could be. There exists a valuable prospect to utilize this area for the purpose of instructing and acquainting our children with multitude of additional knowledge and experience. So I'll leave with this. It is not a problem aiming high and missing the mark. The problem comes when we aim low and reach it. Let's aim high. Thank you. And I'll leave it up for board discussions. And I know we have a couple amendments that do we add that to this?
So the motion's on the table, and then those who would like to bring an amendment make a motion to amend, and we address that and vote before you get to the final vote of the originally introduced resolution, which may or may not have been amended.
Okay.
So I have some comments about the proposal and my long history with the site. But first, I'd like to offer a proposed amendment. It's been posted since last Friday, and it's available online for those who want to see it. In essence, the amendment coming out of committee just...
Hold on. Ms. Bradshaw, can you put the amendment up on the screen?
You're way smarter than I am. I'm trying to juggle this around. So coming out of the committee, just given the somewhat unusual circumstances of having a board member being the proposer and potentially the negotiator, I ask outside counsel just to review policies and applicable statutes so that primarily for guidance as me as an individual board member, how to best carry out my fiduciary responsibilities supporting public schools and our students. And given that the Whitaker property is a valuable district asset that should be utilized, as Director Holland said, in support of our students and our mission. So we have a potential real estate transaction and potential legal agreement of a short and medium-term duration with the board member on the other side of the transaction and a possible legal agreement from PPS. And I appreciate, Director Holland, your stated commitments. And one of the things about being a board member is, and that I've wrestled with as a board member is that as a board we can't act individually, but we actually need to act collectively. And the normal way we act collectively is through a resolution, just in terms of providing staff guidance on this particular resolution and moving forward of how we're going to operate the way, instead of having 3 or 4 of us maybe make comments about how we'd like to see things and sort of how what we want to see in terms of governance, how staff, what we want staff to do, and how we're going to provide direction to staff. That the way that we would do that is through a resolution otherwise, because that's the only way we can act. I say I appreciate you stating your commitments, and I'm offering this amendment because I feel very strongly that we need to, as a board, also, in order so staff can carry out the work that we're directing them to do, that they know how, the direction that the staff is giving them on what sort of parameters around information, around who they're gonna look to in terms of, during the process and in terms of either negotiating the lease or what information they need. So this amendment would take, adding some recitals to the original resolution and also some resolves, which sort of lay out what the rest of us would be stating as how we're going to operate in this environment. I'm happy to answer any questions if people.
So we had to have a motion, right?
That was, I'm sorry, that was a long motion.
That's a motion, okay. So we need a second. Am I allowed to second that? Okay, I'll second that. Now we just discussing, now we just discussing the amendment, right? And just to be clear for everyone, I am okay with the amendment as well.
The one thing that, so I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it gives us some clarity on how to move forward as a board collectively. And Director Hollins, or I'm sorry, Chair Hollins, I appreciate your wanting to be fully transparent. It doesn't talk about voting in here, and it explicitly doesn't talk about voting, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about whether you vote on anything pertaining to this potential lease.
I will not be.
Because you're a member of the board?
Correct. And my only position when it comes to anything with this resolution will be on the albino ED side. So I will be abstaining from any board action in response to this resolution.
Just a couple of brief comments on the amendment. So first of all, thanks, Director Burr-Medwards, for bringing it forward. I think it's adds some clarification, for us as a board and also for the public. And so I'll be supporting it tonight. I do, and it's been a very busy week, so I don't have any of these written down. So I'm just going to go a little bit ad hoc. But no, I do want to comment on.
We got to be out here by 9.
All right, I'll try and be quick. I want to comment on the larger issue because I think it's important to note, and you noted it in your comments. There is a legal definition of conflict of interest in state statute, and that's very important. We have a legal obligation to abide by that, and I think you're right that because you're not paid by either one of these, there's not a legal definition of conflict of interest. I think as you've noted, there is sort of the question of overall transparency or ethics or the appearance of a conflict of interest. And I think what I want to just comment on is that I want us as a board to be thoughtful about the fact that we all play roles in the community. And that's actually one of the reasons why most of us run for the board, is that we have lots of community roles and we think, well, this may be something where I can help as well. And just to be really specific about it, I think most people know I work for Metro. Metro doesn't have a lot of connection with Portland Public Schools, but there's some. Some of our Metro educators work in Portland Public Schools. There are other connections. There are some Metro programs that PPS has adopted. We have someone who has in the past worked for the city of Portland, where there's quite a few agreements. We have a Multnomah County commissioner on this board. All of us bring those other experiences to this work. And I actually want to just note, I think that's appropriate. And that I think that we're doing that work intentionally and often bringing advocacy, and even outside of whether we serve on boards or commissions or other groups. I have one child. I had 2 when I started on the board. I have 1 child left in Portland Public Schools. In Portland Public Schools. Yeah, no, I still have 2 children. They're both doing quite well. Thank you. But 1 left in Portland Public Schools. I have a vested interest, right? And things I'm going to advocate for on this board could positively or negatively affect my own child. I live in this city. I live in this district, as obviously we all do because we all got elected here. And things that we do can impact us. And so I want to be, I think it's really important that we be transparent about those things, that we be really open about the fact that we have those roles, but having those roles is not necessarily a bad thing. And I'll just say that I just have really, I appreciate your transparency around those roles. I haven't loved the public conversation around it because I think it tends to sort of elide some of the important facts here that are at play. And, you know, I know you to be a very ethical and above board person. I know that of all of my colleagues on this board, and I think it's worth that we continue to always ask these questions. So, you know, again, this is great clarification. I'm going to support it. I think we need to always be aware of these things, and from a public trust standpoint, be willing to recuse ourselves from certain votes. But I don't want us as board members to not be bringing forward things that we otherwise work on, care about, advocate for in the community. I think that's one of the reasons why we're here. So there's a fine line there. I just wanted to make that point. I'm sorry I took so much time. Chair Hollins.
Thank you, thank you. Any other comments on the resolution, on the amendment? All right, hearing no other discussions on the resolution, amendment to the resolution. All right. Right, that's what I'm about to get to. So all in favor of the resolution, the amendment to the resolution, indicate by saying yes.
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 And I can vote on that, right?
Does he vote on the
Okay.
amendment?
You may vote on the amendment. This is your choice.
Okay. All opposed? Any abstention? Student Director Silverstein?
Yes.
All right. And just so I can start practicing, I'm going to abstain from this one. So we have the amendment to the resolution is approved by a vote of 6-0 with one abstention, and the Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. Okay. All right. So we had another amendment to the resolution.
Yes, and I appreciate your consideration. So I.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Ms. Bradshaw, can you put that one up next?
I appreciate the board's consideration, and I'm sorry this wasn't posted earlier. It was posted later this afternoon. And you can see the recitals there. And to be really frank with everybody here, my biggest concern about the original resolution is that we just received the test scores about a month ago, and there was a lot of drama about the low proficiency rates for our Black and Brown students. And so I'm just concerned about we're directing the superintendent to do anything but raise those test scores because time is a limited asset. That's about the original resolution. This one is I want to see more. I want to see more information about what the potential is for this sports program, and that would be a business plan. We've seen a business plan a couple of years ago, but it shows the revenue model and how the facility would be funded and maintained. An understanding and draft agreement that explains which parties will pay for operations, scheduling, and upkeep. I know, having worked for the Parks Bureau for about 11 years, that community centers are publicly subsidized because it's hard for them to pencil out otherwise. A governance model so we understand how PPS students will be prioritized and if they will be prioritized, and how scheduling conflicts will be addressed, because that's something also that community centers struggle with, is to schedule senior citizens in the morning and preschoolers and then middle schoolers and then high schoolers and the rest of the community. It's an issue for community centers. An understanding of which entity retains ownership of the land and the assets to be clearly spelled out, so everyone, voters and all of us up here, understand who owns what. Also evidence that the Albina Sports Program aligns with the district's goals and aspirations regarding serving all PPS students is a concern. Hard evidence of support from local leaders, neighborhood associations, and any community-based organizations that are within 1,000 feet of this facility, and that would include housing providers, Hacienda and NEA, Living Cully, the neighborhood associations of Concordia and Cully, and then understanding which party will pay for the Type 3 design review, feasibility study, and prepare the pro forma. And the Type 3 design review can be very expensive. So I just want clarity on who we are directing, who will be paying for that. We're talking about, I believe, anywhere from $75,000 to more than $100,000 for that design review. And that's my amendment, is that we get this in place before we vote on a lease.
Do we have a motion?
Did you make the motion?
I move that we consider, I'm sorry, I don't know if it has a number or not, resolution, the amendment to resolution 6778.
Amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2, thanks.
Second.
Any discussions?
So, I'm not gonna talk to him. So I guess I'm just trying to, for clarity for me, in the original, it was just like, let's make a resolution so we can get the conversation started about what to do. Then it seems like they made a resolution so that we could, make sure that we kept it, above board. Is this resolution about, before we start talking about it, that they would have to identify, like, how they plan to pay for it? Like, I guess I'm not following that, because I'm just.
Sure, I can explain. So this is this is before we vote on a lease agreement, to get an understanding of the governance model, the business model, the revenue model. Because right now, I think it's important to start the conversation. It's a great conversation to have. It's also good to have some guardrails around that conversation and some understanding, at least for me. I don't know if I might, maybe I'm the only one, but I'd like to get more clarity on some of these hard, who will own the land, who will own the assets, what's the business model. I heard profit when we were talking about it. I would never be in favor of taking public land and making a for-profit effort on top of it. So it's those things that I would need for clarity. Again, I've worked in the Parks Bureau, and so community centers don't pencil out without a public subsidy. So I'd like clarity on the business model.
So I guess just for me is that part of the conversation is what's going to bring out all of these concerns. I don't think these concerns can be brought out before the conversation. A lot of these issues or concerns, or the issues that you brought up forth, will come out of those conversations. Like when we start talking about who's going to pay for the Type 3 design review. Well, we haven't even said that this was a good idea yet. So I just think this is what the resolution is for, to have these conversations and get these answers out of those conversations.
It does seem like, because it says like we're requesting this evidence before entering the lease agreement, that it is trying to find these answers during when we open the conversation. So it seems like there's no conflict, at least. Right.
I want to make sure that we're walking down a path, and I want to make sure that we all up here understand what we're voting on, what we're agreeing to. So, and I think what I hear you're saying, Chair Hollins, is that all of this stuff doesn't matter because we're just having a conversation. Is that correct?
No, not saying it don't matter. I understand it. I don't know how do we, because with the whole conversation, not just the lease. Conversation is also about if the partnership will work, if this is feasible. So it's a multiple conversation, operations, right, prioritizations. So it's all of those conversations. So it's not just the lease piece. it's a whole comprehensive conversation. That's all I'm saying. Is just I think it's these answers will come out of that. I don't know how you get to all these answers before that conversation.
And I guess kind of following up on Director Wong's point, what I liked about the amendment is that it does say, requesting the following information before entering into a lease. And so I didn't see it in I saw it as, we're going to continue that conversation, and the board's going to expect these answers to come out of that conversation prior to coming back to the board with a lease.
Yes, and I wanted to codify it so we have a kind of a running list of what we're looking at before we vote on a lease.
So the board's being clear about some of the things we want to see. Yeah.
Actually, I would think that in order for whoever is negotiating the lease, that they would need to know the answers of some of these things. I just think of all the lease agreements that I've, both in my professional life, but also here at PPS, the sort of the deal points of the terms, a lot of those things have to be clear before you actually can negotiate the lease. Like, who's going to maintain it? Again, if there's an operating subsidy, who gets priority, how the scheduling works. I mean, I think back to the agreements that were entered into with Parks and PPS around the two fields, Buckman, and they weren't lease agreements, but there were some very clear, like, who maintained it, the playing time, how things got divided, and it just, I think, it would be needed in order to negotiate any sort of lease.
I guess I'm just only concerned that we haven't even got to a lease place at this point. We're just talking about, do we entertain the conversation? At some point, as a board, we have to come back before we can start talking about we're going to do a lease option, or we're even going to do that. It has to come back to the board. And I guess what I'm looking at is this simply saying that we just want to make sure that we have all this, or can staff not do any work until we have all of this? Because I would be a no if staff couldn't do any work until we have all of this. But if we're just saying, like, this is just something I'm going to need to know to make a decision, I think we're all going to need to know that information in order to make a educated decision in order for it to make sense. I just don't want to put so much stuff in the way of it that we can't even begin to have the conversation and begin to have the dialogue around what does this look like. I mean, are we slowing up the process because we're adding more to the conversation than we need to, knowing, unless, I mean, y'all have done this a lot, but in my mind, at some point before we ever, like, get down and brass tacks it, like we're finna do a lease, it's got to come back to us again. And we got to know this stuff, so that's where I sit.
Well, I think you're right, and part of the coming back to the board will be understanding all of these items. So very clearly, the underlying resolution allows the conversation to go forward. Right. And this information, you couldn't negotiate a lease, nor could the board give guidance to staff on what sort of lease to negotiate without answering some of this information. So it will come back, but this is really being clear about, here are the things that you would need to know. But to your point, it will come back for sure.
So when you enter into a real estate, I'm not an expert, I've done it a few times. When you enter into an agreement, you come with an understanding of who will pay the mortgage, who will, I just think it's important for us from a business perspective, and actually for our fiduciary responsibility, to have an understanding of what is the conversation what are we talking about? It's different coming to staff and saying, we've got this idea, we want to build a complex, we'd like PPS to retain the land, we'd like to, we would come to this. You have to, an understanding of what each party is bringing to the table. And maybe that happens through those conversations. But before you start those conversations, you would also want to have an idea of what both parties are bringing to the table. I think it's really clear what PPS could bring.
All right, we have Director Sullivan, hand up.
Right. I agree with Director DePass that it's important to have something like this here. If we think we're going to come up with this anyway, why not have it here and say this is what we really want? And especially if people are going to vote for the resolution, they need to know, or at least I would need to know what some of the guidelines are going to be. And I agree with this resolution.
All right, so any more discussion?
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I agree with that because I see this as setting guidelines for the conversation and encouraging a more specific and focused conversation because I think it's easy for small little parts to get lost once we start talking about it. And by having this in writing, I think it's just gonna increase accountability for us.
Awesome. All right, so we're gonna take a vote on the second amendment to the motion. All right, so all in favor of the second amendment to the motion, indicate by saying yes.
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 So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm assuming, Patty, you saying yes too?
Yes.
All right, so that's 5.
I'm a nay.
Okay, so we got 5, 1, number 2, and I'm abstaining again. I'm getting practice. All right, so the second amendment to the motion has passed with 5 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstinence.
Do I get a vote?
And I'm coming to, sorry, it ain't on my script. Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting?
Yes.
All right.
So I need to go back to the original resolution as amended.
So is there any other board discussions about the original resolution as amended?
The original resolution to go ahead, you mean, with the?
We go ahead with the original resolution as amended by the 2 amendments that was put forth. Any other discussions?
Yes. I really think we should go with what the district already has planned for that site. And I know that those of you who've been around for a while are just so frustrated because nothing has happened. But I did talk with Marshall Haskins, the district athletic director. I know he does not support the project. He's really worried about giving away our land. And he is already working on the project with Whitaker, Jackson, and Marshall to develop a hub of fields. And he said he had just had a meeting with a lot of the Jackson Project people last Thursday evening. So actually something is starting to happen. That this should definitely be a priority for PPS students. And we all know why we need the fields. And PPS has a long-term facility plan that includes athletics. I know you guys, many of you don't believe that because it hasn't happened, hasn't kept going, but I think with the Jackson project actually happening, this is an example that they're moving forward on this and that this plan will be implemented. So I will vote no, and not because I don't respect Director Hollins and what he's trying to do, but because I really am not comfortable with a public-private connection. I think all the land should stay with PPS and it should be our project, and that PPS students are the ones who will use it all the time. And one thing that Marshall Haskins said was that the Albina sports program could be an anchor tenant and use it when PPS was not using the fields, but the PPS students would have priority use. So I voted for the amendments because if this does pass, I think they're very important, but I will be voting no on this resolution.
Awesome, thank you. Any other comments? Discussions?
I have comments very similar to Director Sullivan, and I stated them earlier, and that's that I have grave concerns about taking publicly owned land and privatizing it. I put the amendment on the table because I don't understand how that works. And I'm going to also vote no on this because I don't understand having conversations and potentially leasing or giving away land. I just don't understand the business model, so I'm going to vote no for the same reasons or similar reasons. I would like to have a caveat, though. If we do have 3 sites, it would be great to prioritize and move up Whitaker site. It has been vacant for about 20 years, which is not a long time with a development timeline. Just as an example, the Legacy Emmanuel site has been vacant since 1971. And it's just now being developed. And there are many, many other lots in North and Northeast Portland in Albina that have been vacant for over 50 years. So sometimes that development that timeline is drawn out. I would hope that we would prioritize Whitaker after Jackson.
So I'm gonna just kind of respond to some of the things. So there have been examples of public and nonprofit partnerships. One is SEI, and I don't think anybody here would think that that was a bad idea. They've had a partnership with parks for many, 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 many years and has helped thousands of kids. We're also doing the same thing with our Center for Black Excellence, where we are partnering with a nonprofit group. And I don't think anybody here on the board would think that was a bad idea either. So I worry about the notion that a nonprofit public partnership is going to be bad for our kids when we are stating that this is a priority for our kids. And I've done commercial work before, I've done commercial properties before, and 20 years is a long time for development, an absolute long time. We built schools in less than 20 years. We've built almost, 8 high schools in 20 years. So having something sit for 20 years that's not benefiting our kids, that's what we're saying that it's supposed to be benefiting our kids, but it's not. It's hard for me to really get a grasp that, we are prioritizing our kids, but our actions is showing otherwise. We've had $1 billion worth of bonds that didn't prioritize our athletics. We've had long-term facilities plans that never even mentioned, and you can go back, all this is fact, you can go back and look, that didn't even mention the Whitaker site or doing anything on the Whitaker site. So it's just hard for me to gather that information that is coming out that nonprofit public partnerships don't work or shouldn't have it. There's been multiple examples of that, and I think done well, it could work beautifully for our kids if we get past the adult stuff and really focus on what could this means for our kids. I think we would have a different vision.
I have a question, and it's sort of related a little bit back to the amendments, but one of the things in here is very specifically about district representative negotiating a lease with the Albina Sports Program, and I guess my question is whether that's necessary at this point. And I think that I should actually go on the record and say I am going to support this, and I'm going to support this because I think the conversation is an important one to keep having. I think there's a really compelling vision here. I have a lot of the similar questions that others have brought up tonight, in terms of the overall funding and financing model and PPS students getting priority. I want to make sure that anything we enter into, meets a lot of those things and those things that Director Bass, I think, included in that amendment. But I really want to see that conversation continue and get the answers to those questions. And actually, when I look at this, asking, the superintendent staff to identify financial resources that could be used, not will be used, but could be used, right? I think we do that for a lot of projects. I'm fine with that. Authorize a district representative to negotiate possible partnerships with Albina Sports Program, right? Again, those partnerships and those conversations. It was just this clause around a lease, and it just made me wonder if that's not a little bit premature, because I think that's also what got people in the community a little bit like, wait a minute, are we negotiating a lease? What's going on here? Instead of entering into the conversation, Director Green said any lease is coming back to the board, which is why this doesn't give me huge heartburn, but it just kind of makes me question, does that even need to be in there? Or could it even say, the board hereby authorizes a district representative to explore the feasibility of planning and building the Albina Sports Complex, right? It's a very simple, straightforward thing that we're gonna explore. I'm just curious.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. I think too, when we brought this up back in 2018 or 19, we had commitments of, and I've said this before, around $40 million for this project. At the time, it was considerably less that we kind of cost out. But so as we move forward and things happen, you know, for us to even look at other funding sources, you know, we have to have something tangible, at least to bring stuff to the table. So when we go talk to funders, or we're gonna talk with other groups about help funding this project, so hopefully it won't even be on PPS to fund it at all, even with the caveats that, you know, we still want to make sure our students are a priority. We have to have something tangible, and it's hard to go talk to funders to say, hey, well, we have this idea, PPS might want to do it, and then have a real conversation or a substantial, substantive conversation about that. And so that's why I think the lease portion is in there, but that's also why we put the other things in there, because the goal is to come back with a full package, you know, everything done, lease, operations, all that stuff done, to come back to the board if that is wind up being feasible, and not just piecemeal it.
And to be clear, just for transparency's sake, you know, this is not authorizing a lease. It's authorizing the district to negotiate, which would then come back to the board along with all the other information per the amendment to move forward. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I would also just like to add that, you know, I also want to be fully clear and honest. I kind of have the same sentiment as Director Scott, and I think I actually was a little bit wary about supporting this until both your amendments. Now I actually feel kind of pretty comfortable with it. And the reason for that is because, you know, I'm going to be 100% honest. If this pushing this resolution forward means that we start opening a discussion about figuring out the best uses for our bond money and supporting creating athletic fields. Having been a teacher in PPS, one of the huge obstacles we always had was that, you know, just availability of fields was such a struggle, you know, throughout the whole district. And it cuts into student time, because I had so many students that had to leave early and miss class time because they had to bus all the way over to Marshall to use their fields. And so it is, if this conversation ends up being talking about maybe a better use of our bond money would be to create 5 different fields in 5 different locations, then I'm happy. If we find out that the Albina developing that, maybe not all the way, maybe partially, that's still a win in my book. So if I will support this, because I feel like I think we do need to get the ball rolling and actually have that conversation. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if having this conversation then is going to slow down what they're doing with the Marshall Jackson Whitaker project. Because now we've got 2 discussions going.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. But,
So they'll
but
keep
I do
working
think
on the other one.
I do think we should be mindful of Director DePass's framing comments that our number 1 priority is our student outcomes, which we're all very much, our board goals, which we're all very committed to. So I have some comments. And I hope everybody actually read the resolution, especially the people who called and complained about it, but who I haven't heard from in the last 20 years. So the resolution really does a good job of outlining the history of the Whitaker Adams property for the last several decades, and it's not a good story for PPS. As a student in PPS in the late 70s, the district, that's me, the district was facing declining enrollment, and the district started a process which resulted in the closing of Adams along with Jackson and my high school, Washington, in 1982. And just to note that both Adams and Washington serve primarily lower income and many students of color, as outlined in the amendment. Shortly thereafter, Adams was reopened as Whitaker Middle School. And in early 2001, I will say, at the time, it had among the lowest scores in the state for a middle school, serving a predominantly student population of students of color. And in early 2001, as I was running for my first term on the school board, the district closed the Whitaker school site due to environmental concerns, radon, mold, really not a safe place. Yes, not a safe place for students, and moved Whitaker students to a site on Columbia Boulevard. While on the board that first term, we created a community process in which the community advocated for, and the district committed to build a middle school. That resolution still stands and has not been withdrawn from the board. Following my first term, I didn't run for a second term, and I cycled off the board in 2005. It wasn't the last of me, clearly. But while I was off the board as a community member, I started and led the 10 Fields project to build a high-quality track and artificial turf field for each high school. Directly to leading to the comments, or relating to the comments that Director Wong raised. I was driving my kids all over the metro area because there wasn't enough fields to play on, and frankly, the only school that had a high quality track and artificial turf field was our most affluent high school that the community paid for. It took 13 years and a huge community effort to raise about $16 million to provide 8 of our high schools with a new track and artificial turf field. Those tracks and fields are for the primary use at no charge to teams at our high schools. The 2 high schools in which PPS didn't own and control the property had less desirable circumstances for PPS athletes and teams. Those 2 properties were owned by Portland Parks and Rec. They were Benson and Grant. Don't worry, I'm getting to them because I knew you would. And really those had diminished use by, as we've heard most recently from the Grant community, but our PPS student athletes and teams didn't have actually the same use when PPS owned and controlled the property. Benson received a field with restricted access with a private local high school using the field for a significant amount of time, and also a private soccer club. And there was no, as has been pointed out many times by Director Hollins, no track of note that you couldn't compete on. And Grant, I think we can just look at what's currently happening, the fact that it's not open, there wasn't a plan to get it operational again when the turf failed a test. But that took 13 years to make that happen. And PPS does need more fields and tracks and playing spaces. I mean, just look at what happened when we get a field offline like Grant right now, and you have families driving all the way to Delta Park. Or when my kids were in school, they were all over the city with no transportation. If they had no transportation, actually, frankly, sometimes they couldn't play. So PPS needs more fields and tracks, and in 2020, Director Hollins pitched a sports complex in the space that had been an unused site at Whitaker Adams. I saw the potential of the idea to provide more opportunities for playing surfaces and spaces for our PPS students. That's why when the city pitched putting a safe rest village there a couple years ago, I didn't support that, and Director Hollins and others on the board didn't either. We knew we could do better for the Northeast Portland community. PPS staff has now put forward an idea of a sports hub of a different scale and only on PPS land for the Whitaker site. With the amendments to the resolution, I think we can get more details about both of these options. And I'm just going to say sort of what some of my criteria is going to be. Again, when I look at the different options, I view that we have a fiduciary responsibility to PPS students, and I'll be measuring my support for plans against these metrics. Any facilities that are created on PPS land need to be utilized by PPS teams. And I appreciate Director Hollins, you clarifying that students would be a priority. because given the shortage of our athletic playing fields and facilities, the use of PPS properties and facilities should be the benefit of PPS students and teams. They always should be prioritized. It shouldn't be them getting kicked off the field for other private, either private schools or other uses, if they're on our land. Non-PPS use of the properties and facilities could be allowed when the space or facilities are not in use by PPS team, and if permitting fees are paid to PPS. I would expect that PPS teams would not pay a permit or usage fees for using playing fields or facilities located on PPS properties. So these would just be some of the criteria that I will bring to looking at any of the proposals. I do support moving the conversation forward by supporting this resolution, and I'll measure the proposal against the criteria I've laid out, and also listening to the community, because I think that hasn't happened enough. And I appreciate, Director Hollins, you've lived in that community for a long time, and you've seen, I think it's right now being used as a construction parking lot and not to the service of our students. So I hope that we can move forward with having something that is, as I would say, something better for the Northeast Portland community and specifically for PPS students.
Is there any other discussions, thoughts?
I think all of this is a great, great stuff to bring up. And as we're measuring, I'm kind of interested in how is it when we talk about. I want everybody to get money, get your bag, you know, like, and I understand that we don't want any PPS students to have to pay to use stuff that's on PPS land. But how do we hold these two truths when there are other programs that have to get a CUB? They have to pay for that CUB when they're PPS students trying to use PPS properties. So we charge them because we say that we have to have money to pay the custodian to be in the building, or we have to have money to clean up or do whatever it is, somebody to watch the building and make sure that they don't steal a light. I don't know. We come up with a bunch of different things that as to why we have to charge, but we charge for these CUBs. And there are a lot of community agents that are doing stuff with PPS kids specifically. They're solely PPS kids doing CPS programs, and yet we charge them. And yet we tell this individual that, well, if we give you this, then you have to make a deal with us not to charge us. Isn't that like calling the kettle black?
No.
The
We
pot
don't
calling the
charge
kettle
currently any of our middle school teams. I can stand to be corrected if there's any facilities people here, but we don't charge any of our middle school teams. We have a super robust middle school program, the PIL Youth Middle School Program, or our high school teams to use our fields. And we have a limited, I'll just say from my own experience of a parent, most of our, for example, our middle schools were built as, first of all, as K-8s.
That's true.
And second, when they were built, half of the student population wasn't allowed to play sports. And after Title IX, the demand for our facilities is way greater than we have the capacity. Because I think if you ask individual board members, if we could allow everybody that served youth in our community to use our facilities, the answer would be, of course we'd want to do that, but we don't have enough. And so, like, for example, when my kids were in middle school, before the middle school program was run by PIL Sports, routinely they couldn't even get their own gym time to play basketball because other groups had used the CUB. So the irony of kids at Hosford not being able to play in their own gym because other groups, even though it was their school team, but it was before PIL Sports, and the fact that private schools could come in and use, and private clubs use the gym, I don't think it's just a matter of prioritizing. And again, I think if we had unlimited facilities and resources, that most people would say, yes, we should allow our community partners to do that. And there's no reason why, and I think we already do that to some extent, to allow, especially our outdoor tracks and field, the community uses it without paying for things. There's a lot of use at.
We pay.
There's a lot of use.
Yeah, we
Yes.
have to pay. All right, so I'm trying to get us out of here, but,
Student Director Silverstein.
oh,
I was just going to say that I am going to support this, but I wanted to clarify that it's primarily due to the amendments, and just that, like, again, I think it's highlighted in here that, like, the lease will come back and that we have these requirements for the conversation now, so I feel a lot more confident.
all right, so, and trying to get us out here by 9. Anybody have any other comments? We got like 25 minutes. All right. All right, so we need no more comments. We'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying
Chair-
yes.
Chair Holland,
Wait.
I'm sorry, I'd like to point out we do have someone signed up for public comment.
Yes.
Would you like me to call them now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ike Harris. Not looking at the list.
Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Ike Harris. I am a 43-year resident of Northeast Portland. I live in Concordia District, and I'd like to greet each of you with a good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to be here. I'm here. I am a board member of Concordia Neighborhood Association. I'm one of their board members. And we, the Concordia Neighborhood Association, we'd like to thank Chairperson Hollins for this vision, and we, the Concordia Neighborhood Association, would like to throw all of our support behind this project. First of all, I'd like to mention the name of 4 men, and I'll let you know why I mention their names. One, Matthew Prophet, Nelson Mandela, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Paul Allen. And the question would be, what do all of these men, what did they have in common? And what these men had in common was they left something behind. They left a legacy behind when they left this world. According to the Bible, we are all going to die one day unless Jesus come back and take back his own in the rapture. So when you leave this place tonight, I'd like for you, along with myself, to ask this individual question: what am I leaving behind when I leave this world? Because this world is not going to end when we leave. It's going to continue until the Almighty brings in the kingdom of God. Dr. Prophet, he left a legacy of stability with PPS and prosperity. Nelson Mandela, under his leadership, brought an end to apartheid in South Africa. Dr. King, a rich legacy in the civil rights movement. Paul Allen left the Motor Center, which is still, of course, being a blessing to all of those who like to go and watch sports and ball games, NBA basketball games. I'd like to name 10 blessings of the Albina Sports Complex Vision / Community Center. I'd like to name 10. It will unite the community. It would provide volunteer opportunities. It would be support for community projects. It would combat loneliness, positively impact the lives of young people, promote healthy living, encourage creativity and culture, a place where people can share valuable information, offer educational opportunities, provide unique and much needed facility. And just for a few of these, I'm going to bring them to explain them in a palatable way so that we can all digest them. Number one, I'd like to say there's a lot of chaos going on right now in our world. We see chaos in families, politics, immigration, the homeless. A community center can, a united community can increase social connections, a place where people can come together and connect with one another socially. It can connect people from all walks of life. And these four men that I mentioned, they were all about connecting people from all walks of life. And so the Albina Sports Complex vision / community center would certainly be a way to integrate all people together. As a side note, gentrification.
So we actually over our time, so if I can actually like wrap it up in like 5 seconds.
Yes, sir. Gentrification did great damage to the Northeast community. An Albina Sports Complex / community center would be a great way to bring about some redemption so that people can come together again and connect with one another. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And as I exit, I'd just like to show you a few pictures of what the community center complex does to people. It brings people together, bring young people together, young adults together. Just a couple more pictures. People of all ages can come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming.
And,
Thank you.
And don't forget the question that the preacher want to leave with you tonight. What are you leaving behind? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't have any other comments, public comments? All right. So we're just going to go ahead and go to the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please by indicating by saying no.
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 Student Director Silverstein?
Yes.
So I will be abstaining. So motion, resolution 6778 is approved by a vote of 4, 2, and 1. So a motion passed. All right, so next we're,
Well, Chair Collins, anytime we have a significant resolution like this, appreciate you proposing a really bold idea. Tonight's vote and action, your resolution commences our exploring the feasibility, the viability. I appreciate the amendments. I think it lays out some important guardrails and makes explicit some of the elements that we're going to want to see in the end. I see lots of tasks for superintendent. I serve at the pleasure. So I look forward to, if I read it correctly, working with Vice Chair Green to facilitate a conversation with the board, sans Chair Hollins, on receiving some initial direction on next steps.
yeah, you're kicking me out. All right, so moving forward, we have school spotlight. So tonight is the first of few meetings where we're highlighting some of our schools through school spotlights. Superintendent, would you please introduce our schools?
I'm actually going to introduce Chief Dr. John Franco to come down. I hope that our 3 school leaders will forgive us. I know we just announced an appreciation. This is your month as school leaders, appreciation. And we've kept you here this evening knowing you have to be there bright and early. But I think we have them here. Dr. Franco, you want to introduce our VIPs?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to turn it over. We have our senior directors of schools who directly supervise the 3 principals here today. And so I want to give Carl Logan an opportunity to introduce the new Dr. Trinice Brown Warrens.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carl Logan. I'm Senior Director for Schools for the Jefferson and Wells Elementary Schools. And I'm honored here tonight to introduce to you the principal of Markham Elementary School, Dr. Trinice Brown Warrens.
Yeah.
4 days, Doctor?
Yeah, a couple of days. Since
Couple
Friday.
days. Baylor University.
Sick 'em bears.
Yes. In my short time that I've worked with Dr. Brown's Warrens is I've been really impressed with her tenacity, her focus, and she has a depth of wisdom that's beyond her years, and it's just been a joy so far to work with her. And I invite all of you to come out to Markham and see her her school, her community, and her work.
Well, thank you. Did I do it like this? Oh, hi, everybody. So I am Dr. Trinice Brown Warrens. I'm excited to be able to say that, especially for my community. We are on the southwest side. We have a very diverse campus, and we have some amazing educators that allowed the work that you all saw to be done. So a lot of times we give the principal the credit because they're at the top, but that's not my leadership style. My leadership style is to give my staff the credit, to give my community the credit, and to give my students the credit. I'm just there to make it look good. That's it. So we did a lot of great things at Markham Elementary School that cultivated excellence, joy, and the fact that we are here to get grade level standards aligned curriculum. I know that it's in our framework, and it is really a framework that got me to stay in Portland Public Schools because there was something that I can anchor my leadership on with my staff. And so we decided to dive into the curriculum and to learn what we could and to pull what we could for our kids. That meant some things didn't get done. Some things did get done. And what we saw was an amazing outcome. We also centered excellence, which meant that students were going to have systems in place that allowed them to learn, whether it was making sure our Tier 1 systems were together so that our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 systems and interventions could be lower. So we allowed students to have access to the learning that was happening in the classroom while we worked with restorative justice and we worked with MTSS to make sure that we were truly giving students an opportunity to thrive. And then we brought joy. Just joy, the joy of coming to school. And so one of the things that I implemented was my staff reading Energy Bus by John Gordon. And so Isaac Cordona helped me buy some books, and then I paid for some books out of my pocket because that book changed me. It's about choosing joy, not the toxic joy that everything is okay. No, really looking at how do we choose to show up every day and make a difference. The driver of the bus, her name was Joy. Ironic, right? Changed this guy's life, and it changed mine. And so we just brought the joy of learning and the joy of picking up a book and reading it. It was so amazing to watch my kids, black, brown, and white, walking around my campus reading a book. Like, that's what they wanted to do at recess. I was like, that, you know what? Okay. They came up to me and they were like, Principal Brown Warrens, we want to learn. This kid is distracting our learning environment. Yes, they still are mad. They lost recess. But more importantly, they were like, it's distracting our learning environment. And then my educators really, really did the work. They showed up to the cadres. They dived into making sure they were providing scaffolds and not modifications. I'm going to say that one more time. My educators made sure they provided scaffolds and not modifications because every kid deserved access to grade level standards aligned curriculum. That's what we did. We band together and we made ourselves a team. No matter what was happening on the outside, we knew at Markham, this is what we stood for. And so going into my second year, we made sure that we revamped our mission statement. Feel free to look at it at our website. It's pretty cool. Thank you to Sitton Elementary School. We did use yours as a model. And we really looked at what's working for our kids. And then we bought a really cool book vending machine. Yes, and so that's how we're celebrating kids, is with tokens for books. Yeah, like kids are doing well because we were giving them books. And then this year we're also focusing on the learning pit. How do we look at providing students with learning traits, not just compliance traits, but learning traits? And so for September and October, we've been talking about productive struggle. Because when you're in that learning pit, you need to know that it is normal to want to give up. And we're starting to see a decrease in most of the behaviors. You always have the tier 3 students that need more support. But when we look at our tier 1 and our tier 2 systems, my kids are thriving in what they're doing. And again, I will say, I have some of the best teachers at Markham Elementary School, and I have some of the best staff. And even though we always feel like we don't have enough, my community has made it feel like it's enough. And shout out to Mashari in Black Excellence, and shout out to Emily at Sun, because I'm nothing without my community partners. And shout out to my whole Markham community, because I am absolutely nothing without them. So thank you, and we look out for what we do this year. It's going to be exciting.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
So if I could get John, Melvin, and Heather to come on down. So we're very proud as well to introduce the two people here. And so Senior Director John Melvin is one of our new Senior Directors of Schools this year, who is a former principal at James John Elementary. And so I'll let you do the honors.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to introduce tonight Principal Heather Thompson from Whitman Elementary School. And I've had the pleasure of working with Principal Thompson for the last few months. And it was a great introduction to meet her, because we have a background both being teachers and principals in Oakland, California. And we worked blocks away from each other, and I was an admirer of her school in Oakland, Lighthouse School, with really innovative practices, and I got to learn a bit more about her background, and I can see her innovation and her courage as an educational leader in the school at Whitman. I love going to Whitman. There's a lot of great things happening there around culture and climate, around academics. You can feel it in the school as you walk around, and so turn it over to Principal Thompson to talk about the success at Whitman Elementary.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Just a little bit about Whitman. We are in Southeast Portland on 72nd and Flavel, which for the public, a lot of people don't know because we're kind of on the edge of the city. We are a small campus, but mighty. And with enrollment boundary changes, we've grown from 153 students last year to 179 students this year. We're really fortunate to have robust staffing with full-time art, PE, library, instructional specialists, and social worker. And we also have partnerships with Head Start, Sun, and MECP. So lots is happening on our campus. And we have 2 kindergarten classrooms and 1 classroom at every other grade level. Something we're really proud of in our student achievement from last year is that we did grow 11 points in reading as a school overall. And as a principal, I think one of the really important things we have to do is think not just what we're going to do to make school the best it can be for the kids in front of us today, but what we can do for the growth of our school long term. And so we're also really proud to say that our kindergarten students were 89% proficient on our kindergarten end-of-year literacy measures last year. And that's such an achievement and speaks so much to what's going to be able to happen in the future for our students. We saw really strong growth for our English learner students, as well as students in the underserved race and ethnicity demographic group. And so we're really proud of that as well. To build on what Dr. Brown Warren said, our highly skilled teaching staff is the key to all of our success always, as well as our highly skilled student support staff. We have really excellent EAs and paras as well. We implemented our Tier 1 ELA curriculum across all of our classrooms last year. And we also were really fortunate last year to have small class sizes or to be able to split students up into small groups for a lot of their Tier 1 learning, which we think really had an impact. And finally, we have been providing a lot of support for student attendance, because if kids aren't at school, they're not going to be learning, as well as getting families back into the building. Post-pandemic, we had a back-to-school night last year where so many people came that we ran out of pizza. So there's always something to celebrate and places to grow, so I also want to share where we're looking to grow next year. Our goals this year are really around making sure that our Latinx, multiracial, and Black students are showing the same amount of growth or more than our white students, and that we're decreasing by at least 1/2 the amount of our students who are scoring in the lowest proficiency categories on assessments. So we're really focusing on that this year with a lot of focus on our Tier 3 interventions in our What I Need intervention block. And currently we have 72% of our students who met the goal of 90% attendance for the first 30 days of school. So we're really proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I get Derek and Chris and team to come on down? Be great. So I'm proud to introduce the team here. Derek Johnston is one of our new senior directors of schools. He was the former principal at William Walker in Beaverton. We were able to steal him away. I'm very happy about that. And he's going to introduce Chris and team.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Derek Johnston. I'm the senior director over the Lincoln and McDaniel K-5 clusters. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure. And sorry for not addressing you, Superintendent Guerrero, chair and directors. I'm just excited to talk about these wonderful leaders. Chris Silvis and Cinnamon Bancroft have done amazing work. Their energy, passion, and expectation that all students must learn and succeed is contagious. They walk the walk. They're not the type of leaders that you will find in the office when you walk in the building. They're inspecting the classrooms. They're really focusing on accountability and making sure that their focal students don't fall through the cracks. And they're going to talk a little bit about that. Staff members at Wrigler know that they make an impact and that together, through collaboration, they can continuously improve to best serve all members of the Wrigler family. Without further ado, Mr. Silvis.
Thank you, Board of Directors, Superintendent Guerrero. Before we begin, I want to just note a few people in the crowd. Brenda Cheers, Amelia Gilbertson, Nair Perez, Diana McKay, Evan Williams, Cheryl McClure. This story is about them. I do have something I want to share with you. I am Chris Silvis, the principal.
Cinnamon Bancroft, assistant principal.
The Wrigler Learning Family takes responsibility to engage all students in our school, in particular our Black, Native American, and Latinx students through rigorous instruction using grade-level content within a healthy, positive, and inclusive learning environment.
We collaborate and reflect on data to address student learning needs, both with our staff and community members.
Students develop high levels of proficiency in both Spanish and English, as demonstrated by multiple points of data.
Students learn and practice our school agreements.
We reflect our students' unique cultures, fostering a sense of belonging in our curriculum and practices. Our Panthers are kind, mindful, engaged, and safe.
So who is the Rigler family? We're going to share with you just a few views in to some of our students and some of what they've experienced since they came back to school this fall. We see some of our 4th grade students, some who have been at Rigler since kindergarten and some who are new to the United States and new to our school, engaging in academic conversations about the text that they read. We see our 3rd grade students engaging in yoga and mindfulness lessons during one of their movement classes. We have another view of our 3rd grade students participating in a celebration of diverse Latin cultures through the El Grito celebration, which took place in September and was sponsored by our Visual and Performing Arts department. There we go. And we have a glimpse into one of our 2nd grade classes in which students are engaged in grade level and standards aligned curriculum. They're reading their revistas, or what we call our student readers.
So who else is in the Rigler family? Jill Nicola is our instructional coach. You see both of our interventionists in this group talking about student engagement and how students can be better connected to the lessons we provide. Another group doing the same thing. They're reporting back to our ILT so that we can include their input about engagement as part of our SCIP. We also have to recognize our parents who are supportive, who care about every student in the school, who want us to thrive, who will come together on these nights where they want to talk about how we can best serve our kids. As I look at these images, I see 3 people who were on our hiring committee who wanted to know how some old high school guy could make a difference at Rigler. And I'm proud to say that together, not me, together, we have been able to do so. I want to say this, and I want to say this as clearly and as respectfully as I can. In this family, we're accountable to the board, to the district leadership, and to the idea that schools meet the needs of everyone. That's our responsibility. I don't envy the position you're in at times to meet the needs of so many families, of so many different people who have needs and wants, our teachers and their demands for dignity. There's so many things that pressure this board, and we appreciate the position that you're in. But one of the reasons we've been successful is focus. So I have to say that but understand what I mean when I say we work for kids, families, and our team, in that order. That's our focus. That's what we do. That's what we do best. And because we do that, we've been able to make some movement at Rigler, which is a school that went through 6 principals at one time over a 8-year period, who has always been the cute little school that could, but never talked about at this table about being academic achievers. So we're a work in progress. There's a lot to do. Rigler has made progress in reading and mathematics over the course of the 2 years that we've been able to work together with this team. We're here tonight because we did make a 9.8% increase in literacy for all of our students, which is the 3rd highest of all of our elementary schools in the district. And for Rigler to be in that sentence means a lot. That's not the end of that story, however. As you look at the numbers, we're still not at the proficiency level we feel that all kids need to be at. We certainly haven't met the goal of 80%, but we're working towards that direction. And not just some students, but all students are making progress, and our intentions are to ensure that every student meets the goal. So just in closing, how did we do that? Rigler has focused on instruction. Equity cannot stop at culture and climate alone. We have professional development led by practitioners in terms of instructional framework. We listen to them. They tell us, well, how can we move forward? We want to move forward. How can we do that? In particular, I want to name Jill Nicola, our instructional coach, who has been critical in lending a practitioner's point of view to how we approach curriculum and how we approach instruction. The regular instructional leadership team, Diana, here is a member of our team, has engaged in discussion about student outcomes, not just, what are we doing for this date or what's happening. No, how do we know kids are learning? More importantly, how do we know all kids are learning? Our professional learning communities, who have been led predominantly by Cinnamon through our PLC leaders, has focused on essential standards. What is it that children need to know so that they can move to the next level? We've faithfully implemented our curriculum with a thoughtful adaptation for the places where it needed to be adapted to meet the needs of students. Focal students carry the conversation. We talk about what students need and who are the most needy students in the building. Data conversations to determine who gets interventionist support, and none of our interventionists are here today, but they work with our teams to build quarterly data meetings to decide who gets tier 3 support. And lastly, active and supportive parents who are out there watching, some of them if they're still up, who want us to thrive, who believe in what we do. We work for kids, families, and our team in that order. Because that's true, Regular will succeed. Stop presenting.
Did we finish the presentations? Because I didn't want to cut anything off, but those were the three. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. And thank you for, I know it's after 9 o'clock. You all had a full work day, but that was really inspiring. So yeah, the work that's going on is incredible. Thank you for sharing those stories, Superintendent. Thanks for scheduling the time, Chair Hollins. And thanks to these teams who are doing the incredible work in our schools. Just really want to say I appreciate that.
I want to say the same thing. Thank you to our school leaders, all of our school leaders. They're all doing amazing work. I have to give credit to Chair Hollins. This was his idea to say, let's make some time and highlight what's happening for our kids out in the schools. And so I'm going to take that and run for it. So always happy to highlight the work in our schools, because that's why we're here, to talk about what's happening to make sure that they're achieving. Thank you.
All right. So any other comments? All right, so we're going to kind of move through this pretty quickly. What's your guys' appetite? Because, I think we can kind of go through board committees and reports. So I'm going to just say anybody who wants to report out can. And we'll start on my left with Director Wong.
Yeah, I don't have much right now. Last time we explored equitable grading practices, but I just want to make a note that it's just a pilot program at this moment, so it's not like something that's implemented the whole district, and we're looking forward to seeing the results from that.
I don't have anything.
All right, so I passed out some information from the CUBE annual conference. It was an awesome conference. Just hearing about the stability piece of what makes a district successful, that's the biggest thing I got out of that. They had board members who was on boards for 20 years, 24 years. I thought Director Brim Edwards had a long time, but some of these folks was 26 years and I felt old. Sorry, I apologize. I said that old. Long time. Seasoned, experienced. But the purpose was to say the fact that the stability comes from, of course, longevity, making sure that people, the board have a direction that they're going in, and they're sticking to that. They're focused on those plans. So it was just a great conference, and I'll leave it at that.
we have a policy committee meeting tomorrow, and we just are sort of filling the pipeline and really raising at the beginning of the year issues that we're going to talk about in committee. So our agenda's posted, but no major action tomorrow.
And we already got our student report done. All right. Next is Division 22 report to the board.
Well, board, this is an annual exercise. I'm going to direct our deputy superintendent to be concise.
Direction taken. Hold on. It's going to be a quick ride. Y'all ready? All right. Pleasure to be before you again. As I go through the presentation, I do want to note that presentation has been provided to the board. Hopefully, you've had an opportunity to review it. If I go a little bit too fast, feel free to reflect back on said presentation that is available for you. So Division 22 really is a cluster of rules by the State Board of Education under Chapter 581, which ODE provides. It's through provides standards and rules for elementary and secondary education schools. Elementary and secondary schools. The education standards that either the legislator bring forward has been determined, and through this presentation, I'll share areas where we have met standards, where we are, where some rules have changed and been amended, where we have new waivers coming in from the state, and then also looking at upcoming discussions by the state. So I note that the presentation is not presented yet. So I can continue with that presentation as I go through. The next slides on the presentation really talk about just the categories of the rules and how they fall and how they're organized by the state. Some of the requirements of these rules fall within certain categories. ODE's rules at a glance summary is where we find some information regarding these requirements and rules. The Secretary of State Oregon Administrative Rules database is also a space where we consult towards those rules. And ODE's Division 22 Standards newsletter is also another space where we continue to get information and updates regarding the rules. So with that, I'm going to flip through on the why. And so really, Division 22 Oregon Administrative Rules assurances really signals our commitment to providing high quality educational experiences and equitable outcomes for all students. Division 22, we could keep going and I'll say when to stop. Articulates, just the base requirement. There we go. Right, back one, yep. The base requirements for providing students with quality education. And it also offers an opportunity for districts not in compliance to reflect on these areas and to take attention to what needs to be done to make correct technical fixes. If we go 2 slides over, some of the areas where we're able to meet compliance in the past 7 years is listed here for us. And so it is an ongoing process to ensure that we continue to be in compliance with the state. And if we flip, I could to the next slide, we could talk about the changes to rules for last year. So as some of you may know, and I'll state it again, this reporting is regarding how we stood with the state when it came to Division 22, during the academic school year of 22-23. So within that year, there were some changes in the form of waivers, new rules, and revised rules. So the next slide highlights two areas where there were waivers. Essential skills graduation requirement was waived for students graduating in the 22-23 school year and the 23-24 school year. And PE data collections were suspended last year. Districts will be required to submit data for upcoming year. And that is another area where we'll continue to have a further discussion. The next slide talks about rules that are new in Division 22, and there are two. And so the first rule, which is the agreements entered into with voluntary organizations, requires the adoption of policy governing participation in the voluntary organization that administers interscholastic activities. The second new rule is not necessarily a requirement, but school districts and charter schools must periodically submit to the department a plan for operation during the 22-23 school year. Okay? The next slide then speaks to a revised rule that came by the way of PE. The heart of the revision, really, it was a shift from a weekly time requirement, was reduced from 225 minutes every week of the year to 150 minutes of the week. And so this revised rule speaks specifically to grades 6 through 8. We are in compliance this year for K-5. And I will speak to how we're going to meet this requirement in the coming slides. The next slide then takes us into looking at our current corrective actions. So coming right back to PE, on the next slide, you'll see that we submitted an extension to come into compliance by the 25-26 school year for PE in grades 6 through 8. It's been an area where not just PPS, but many districts across the state struggle to meet the 225 required minutes, hence why the state made the revision. We do have a stair-step approach to demonstrate how we will get to the now revised 150 minutes, and you will see that this year overall we'll be offering a quarter of PE, then upping that over the next 2 years so that we will be offering ultimately 3/4 of PE and to be in full compliance. The next slide then reinforces what I shared before, is that we are expected to be in full compliance with PE for grades K-5 this year, as we have put measures in place with the scheduling. Following that, we were also in corrective action regarding TAG and gifted. And so with that, there was an action plan with a timeline that was put in place because we were not able to verify that every TAG student in PPS classrooms had their rate and level of learning addressed. So what we were able to do, while we did have some training and PD for teachers and staff, the next slide will demonstrate that the corrective action was really focused on this conciliation agreement with SAG to ensure that we were remedying those areas. This agreement can be found on our district website, and under this agreement, we will follow through with specific corrective action steps related to TAG services, identification, and notification. Next slide then speaks to some of our progress in thus far with our corrective action for TAG. We made progress in areas of identification, communication with families, and services. And I will pause just so that you could glance at what some of those progress areas were.
I just have one question. On the PE requirements, even though they went down, the state went down, were we still not even meeting that number?
So what we are across the district, we wanted to have a consistent model for PE. I will ask Jenny Withercombe to come forward to assist. But with that, no, we made a recommendation in a proposal for this year at how we can, with some additional state dollars, bring ourselves to full compliance. So right now we are offering 1/4 of PE, and the 1/4 of PE was our best attempt, and so now we are expanding that out. But in order to, because the school year had already started, once that ruling came through, once the adjustment came through, our budgeting season had passed. With the new dollars, we're looking at how it is that we could work towards getting into full compliance. Anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, so the 150 minutes a week as averaged across the school year comes to 5,400 minutes across the school year. So if our students are if they're enrolled in physical education at a middle school, they're getting 225 minutes a week. And if we do that for 3 quarters, that comes to the 5,400 minutes. But even when we reduced to the 150 a week spread across the school year, with 1 quarter, we're still not meeting what we need for the 5,400 minutes. So that's where our implementation plan comes into place, where we can move to 2 3/4, which will then get us to that number.
Yeah, I guess I get the plan to get there, but I'm guessing if we was at, I'm gonna say, what, 225, and that's what the state was, and they dropped it to 150, so we wasn't even close to 150 when we was at, when the requirement was at 225.
Correct. So they wanted 225 every week, all school year long, rather than averaging it out across the entire school year. And so we were looking at it more when we were averaging it out for the 150. So we could do that. We were not close enough even at the 150 to be in compliance across the school year. We were about, most of our schools, when the shift came, were about 2,250 minutes, so about halfway, about close to halfway to where they needed to be.
So just a follow-up question, because the PE minutes went into, which were based on best practices, I know you know this, sorry, but based on best practice guidelines, were instituted in 2007 with a 10-year implementation. And we had a pandemic, but we're 6 years behind the deadline. So I'm curious what it is that's going to get us in compliance. Are we changing how the schedule works? Are we adding more PE teachers in the middle grades? And if so, is there a reason we didn't do that this last year?
Yeah. So we are, yes and yes, we are adding, we are making a proposal. It has not been fully approved yet when we with the board, but it is a part of our budget amendment. Again, this shift in the policy occurred just towards the end of the summer, if I remember correctly. And so with that, our school scheduling had already happened. And so we started to look at the possibility of how we could invest these dollars to ensure that we're coming into compliance for PE in grades 6 through 8. And with the board's approval moving forward, we are looking at, yes, adding additional PE teachers in the 6 to 8 space, where we were not able to do that previously because of funding. And so with that, we would be able to expand on the offerings and then expand on the number of quarters that we are offering PE.
So are we changing the schedule too, or we're just adding more PE teachers?
You could speak to that. So a little bit of both. So some of our schools are on a 6-period day, some of them are on a 7-period day, and it definitely helps us as we have both models that are adding PE this year, and they're making it work. But really, the 6-period day really needs to shift to a 7-period day to make it most effective for us to work the physical education in and maintain the other elective options that students would like to participate in. But we are also adding teachers, and we're also doing a facilities review, and so we're having to come at this from lots of different angles. So scheduling, facilities, FTE, all of those pieces are working in this year.
And again, these are the components that are in the proposal for our budget.
All right, Director Sullivan?
Yeah, I think they answered my question. I think I got asked. But I was just wondering, is it mostly because there's not enough teachers, or is it space, or everything?
Yeah, actually there is a combination of teacher and space. We do know that while we're able to look at a model that would add additional teachers, we do also recognize that some of our schools would need some retrofitting, if you will, so that we could convert some of the limited physical education spaces and create more spaces where the physical education activities can happen.
Just a really brief comment. There's a state requirement around PE. There's not a state requirement around English or math or arts or music. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I like to point that out every time. PE is very important, but we're in the middle of a achievement gap crisis, and I just want to make sure that we're keeping focused on student achievement, which PE can play a role in. I don't want to say, but again, I'd rather make sure that we're really prioritizing some of those other things as well.
I would like to.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Oh yeah, I would like to add that PE helps in a lot of the other learning, because I mean, there's all these brain studies that show that exercise helps the brain grow. But yeah, I agree. That's a good point. I was actually going to move to K through 5 PE questions, but I don't know if you want to give questions about.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to just the general is like, I don't think any schools retest in English, math. I haven't seen any school districts cut that, and the concept around the minutes is based on, again, guidelines from health professionals about what students need. And I think to me it goes into the space, so I'll just say, like, I was a PE major before I changed course midway through my college career. But having had, a child who that was like essential every day to be active at school all the way through senior in high school, is that there is a real benefit, but it's slightly different than other courses. And again, I don't think there's never been any time in my last 20 years of at PPS in which we have said we were going to cut math, language arts, or any of the other things, and we really just disinvested in the arts and music and PE. And so to me, each students need different things and have different passions, and for some kids it's PE, and others it's art or music. And
So I wish our state law differentiated. I'm not taking anything away from PE, and students need different things, and some of our students need PE, some of our students need more math, some of our students need more English, some of our students need more art and music. I think I'll just say it's a failure of our state to sort of say, here's one area where we got successfully lobbied and there's lots of attention to say we're going to require this. They don't do the same thing in other areas, and I think that's, so again, not taking anything away from PE, but I would like to see some of those requirements for other things as well, because there is a trade-off during the day. And some of our students might benefit from reading or math tutoring instead of PE. Not all of them, some won't, some will.
Awesome. So let's try to move this along. Is there other
More.
comments? Okay.
Just a quick question. What happens if we're not in compliance? Like, what are the ramifications?
The state asks us to go into corrective action, and we create a corrective action plan, and we are expected to meet compliance through that plan.
Just reading through the memorandum, it seems like, because I had some questions about the K through 5 PE. Seems like one of the big reasons that we're unable to meet some of those minutes is because of space issues, right?
Well, K through 5, we are in compliance this year.
Yeah. Well, I guess I kind of have an issue with one, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the ways to get in compliance is that we're now saying we're doing 60 minutes of structured movement during circle time in K through 5, right? And I guess I volunteered in K through 5 and circle time is very difficult to do structured movement. I'm just saying that out loud, that it feels a little bit like fudging, you know, and so it's not real PE because, and the other thing I kind of have an issue is that if we're requiring this of our classroom teachers, we're putting something else on their plate, right, which could be creating more work for them, and that is, yeah, in a time when teachers are struggling, I kind of disagree with that. So I guess the reason I ask a compliance issue is like, is there any harm with just saying we can't meet these minutes in PE class, and the reason for that is because we don't have the space, and now we change the conversation to being like, oh, it's not, you know, it's not because we don't have enough PE teachers, they're not trying, it's just because now we don't have enough space, and you know, maybe state, you could help us. You know, I just saying, like, is there any harm in just saying we're not going to meet this?
Well, there are some things that are allowable by the state, and we were
Okay.
in corrective action regarding our K to 5. And when we presented the plan to the state and working with Dr. Withercombe and looking at how it is that we could provide movement, because also during those circle spaces, we are also incorporating our TSEL and adding some movement to that, and that holistically, allows for us to meet the needs of students and also meet the compliance requirements. And as such, the state has said that we are in compliance.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be taking time away from TSEL, transformative social emotional learning, right? If I got that right?
The lessons and the curriculum is built out to include it.
Yeah, so I just want to ask about that because it seems a little. It was interesting. It stuck out there in terms of like we're adding circle time. But anyway, yeah.
It was actually a recommendation of the state. So nationally, there was a crosswalk done with the CASEL competencies around social emotional learning with the National Physical Education Standards. And the new physical education standards that will be released in 2024 incorporate social emotional learning as a key component to them. So it was actually a strategic move to align with the shifts that we're seeing with regards to physical education and its integration with social emotional learning. You are correct that it isn't going to be the same kind of physical education that they're going to get with their physical education educator. And we're going to make sure that we're capitalizing on the time that they have with their physical education teacher to make sure that they're working towards the standards. But there are a number of standards, particularly 3, 4, and 5, that are really well integrated and aligned with social emotional learning concepts. So it's a good fit.
Appreciate the
Thank you.
questions. They're the same ones we've been wrestling with as a team. I think you've seen the attempt to be creative. Districts in the entire state, I can't name any for you that are fully in compliance for all the same reasons, all the same constraints. And we all believe in the value of a well-rounded experience education for our students. So we're going to keep making improvements in the areas where we can.
Okay, so we're gonna, time.
All right, so as we go to the next slide.
We wasn't done? My bad. I thought we was done. Okay, well, sorry.
Okay.
It's an obligation by districts
It
to
is
present the
re-
reports
yep,
during the month of October,
This,
so.
this is a part of the state requirement.
Did it say it had to be oral or written?
We must go through the presentation. I'm going to go as efficiently as possible. So as we also look at the corrective action plan, so remember this section of the presentation is looking at the areas where we were in corrective action and where the progress towards that. So part of that is a local performance assessment. This requirement was waived because of the pandemic in 2021. And during the 21-22 and 22-23 school year, we adopted curriculum in math and language arts, K-12. And because of our new adoptions, we were not in compliance in 22-23 school year, but we did recommend to teachers to do assessments tied to those curriculums. So for the current year, we will come back into being in compliance as we have an assessment calendar indicating when those assessments will take place and need to be given. So next year, this time when we do this report, it will be an area where we will be in compliance. Next slide. And as we go there, when it comes again to the instructional materials adoption was another area where we were out of compliance and in corrective action. And so you could see how we have implemented new adoptions, and I will pause so you could take a glance there. And these corrective action plans were approved by the state, and we are moving in accordance to that plan.
Hold on, I'm gonna just make one quick comment.
Yes, sir.
When you guys use the state as a reference point,
Yes, sir.
you know, and especially when they give like, you know, recommendations on stuff, it's hard for me to really put any validation behind that because they also recommend a QEM too, and they don't do that. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yes, yes. And so part of the action planning process is us coming up with our deliverables and then sharing that with the state and the state then approving that. So next slide, we could look ahead at compliance for 23-24 school year. And there are some new revised rules. Yep, there we go. And so the rule regarding health services was last revised in 1996. The revised rule will be in effect for the 23-24 academic school year and will first report on our compliance with that new rule in November of 2024. That's next year. Next slide. Now and this is the final slide, there are two potential rules that are being discussed currently. The assessment of essential skills for graduation requirement is coming up again as a point of discussion, and part of that discussion is looking at the possibility of suspending it again. The state is looking at suspending even for this year. We will get notice of that if that occurs, and they're looking at suspending potentially through the 27-28 school year. And then another potential new rule that is being discussed this month is the requirement of menstrual dignity for students. This will, it is something that is being discussed by ODE and will be voted on this month. And that concludes the report.
I have a question about the essential skills, and maybe this is a question for the whole team. Do we have a point of view on the state waiving that? Given our
Yes.
given our
Yes.
graduation requirements,
Yes.
somebody can graduate with the required credits, but with D's.
Yeah.
The essential skills was sort of another way in which we were able to assess whether our students
Yeah.
were proficient.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question so much, and I'm very proud of the work that the Student Success Committee, sir, is doing under the leadership of Director Wong, because we are looking at the possibility of exploring all of our graduation requirements and adding a little bit more rigor and ensuring that it's more robust. We can, as a district, bring in tighter requirements beyond what the state currently requires, and putting in a measure for demonstrated proficiency using a variety of tools or offering a variety of tools is one of the things that we will be discussing as well in the Student Success Committee. So,
Have we weighed in though with the state? I guess
you're just looking at statewide, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. We have a point of view about a lot of things, and if the essential skills, which seem to be sort of a minimum, essential, that whether we think that's a good thing for parents and students to know whether they have sort of basic proficiency. So it seems like PPS would have a point of view.
Yes. I'll speak Dr. Proctor's point of view. I will let the superintendent speak for the district. But I do think it's very important to have a measure beyond accumulated credits for high school graduation. Proven or demonstrated proficiency is one, whether it's on a state assessment, whether it's through SAT or ACT examination scores, whether it's through NACTI assessment, which is used for CTE courses. There are multiple ways that we could measure literacy and numeracy proficiency in our high school students before they graduate. And actually, in advance of that, right, by that 9th, 10th grade year, to really ensure that we're able to put in measures of support and growth for them.
Yeah, we'll be tracking the conversation with the state board. I think Dr. Proctor sort of called out there's multiple tools or avenues or options we can say as a school system is a way to demonstrate you have the proficiency, the level of skills at a minimum that you should have. So, you know, it'll be a great conversation for our success committee. And again, it kind of points back to the conversation overall with this report is, you know, there's regulations around what the experience should look like and ways that we're held accountable for those things. And then we've got to be able to deliver on the experience and the supports to make sure every one of our students can pass those exams or ways of demonstrating the proficiency. So, you know, it goes back to the trade-offs conversation.
So how are we done with the presentation?
I'm sorry?
Now we done with the presentation?
Yes, sir.
All
We're
right,
done.
thank you.
Concluded.
That was great.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, so we're gonna move to the first reading. Next, we have the first reading of revisions to 5.10.025, diversity and employment policy, formerly named the affirmative action policy, and 2.20.020-P, naming school district policy, property policy. Director Brim Edwards, would you like to introduce these?
Thank you, Chair Hollins. So we have, as you mentioned, two policies which are having their first reading, which is really an introduction. So these were both policies that came before the committee. We had several meetings in which we discussed them. The policy which was previously named the affirmative action policy has been renamed. It's now the diversity and employment policy. There were some changes that the legislature made in terms of the passage of the Minority Teacher Act, and also some additional changes the legislature made. So we incorporated those, but I think importantly, we had lots of discussion in the committee. We actually substantially rewrote the intro to it. I want to thank the board members who contributed to that. So that was recommended by the full committee for a first reading. And then the second was a revision to the school district naming school district property. And it did a couple of minor things. There was a major rewrite to this to this policy in 2018. And some additional changes that are being made is that there's sort of a clear, if we get a petition, that we have a clear decision by the board or whether to proceed or not. Also, we, in response to the superintendent's raising the question about resources, have added a section relating to if there's resources needed, that certainly we'll take that into consideration in the superintendent's guidance on that. So that was also came out of the committee with a recommended for the first reading. And I think that's back to you, Director Hollins, or Chair Hollins, unless you want me to read the next portion. They're going to be I'll go ahead. They're going to be posted on the board website. There's a 21-day public comment period. We'll also have opportunities in the next two policy committees that if people want to either comment or have changes to them, that they could come to the policy committee and we'll consider them. And then we'd have a second reading on the revised policies at either the November 7th meeting or a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. All right, next is the consent agenda. The board will now vote on the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull for discussion? We will set those aside for the next time we meet, and then what we would do is we actually will put them on the open agenda at that point. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
Yes. Resolution 6772, the expenditure contracts, and 6773, the revenue contracts. There were a handful of them where the responsible staff member was changed to Dr. Proctor. Those are posted.
It wasn't a change in dollar amount, just the responsible
No, none of
party.
the contracts that are on there, or any of the dollars, or any of the descriptions, none of that changed. The only thing that changed was in the column, was responsible staff.
Okay. Board members, any items you would like to pull? All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent
So moved.
agenda? All right.
Second.
So, Director Scott, motion, Director Julie Brim Edwards, second. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none. The board will now vote on resolutions. We don't do public comment. Okay. The board will now vote on resolutions 6753 through 6754. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed, indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein.
Yes.
All right. No abstentions. The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, we are adjourned. This meeting is adjourned. Next regular meeting of the board will take place November 7th. Almost by 9.